Welcome, everyone, to Gcon Rising Suns. Thank you all for joining us, whether you are at home or whether you are in the room. We have something that we think is pretty special for you today. We are going to be revealing the latest Mythic Legions wave. I said it, Mythic Legions Rising Sun. This is our annual Gcon broadcast, and we have Mr. G himself up here. Oh, yeah, Jim's going to get everyone in. Got to get cozy here. So we're going to be doing reveals throughout the day. At the end of today's show, the pre-order for the Mythic Legions Rising Suns wave will go live at storehorsemen.com. Throughout the show, we're going to be revealing new figures, bringing up friends and special guests, talking you through this wave. We'll reveal the prices of each individual figure. Then at the end, we will tell you what the special all-in pricing is, what the duration of the pre-order and everything will be. You ready to do this, Eric?
I'm very ready to do
Jim?
this.
Absolutely.
It's the start of a good weekend. We had a wonderful day yesterday with our intern for a day.
I don't think that we could have had a better day. I mean, we started out doing that kind of like a little, preparing the day before the early ones when we did back at the old shop and things like that. And, over the years, we've learned what works, what doesn't work. And I think yesterday was just a wonderful day, and it was great to see everybody. It's nice to see a new group every year, although there's a couple of people that we always, wind up seeing. But yeah, it's a great start to a great weekend for sure.
You guys demolished 17 pizzas.
Yeah.
Except for the veggie pie. They still have 2 slices left.
That's one of the things we've learned. No more veggie pie.
No more veggie pies.
No
You
way.
told us. We hear you.
We do have a number of interns in the room now, as well as a number of special guests that got the surprise that when they came to the hotel today that we are doing LegionsCon at this weekend, we had ample space to welcome them all into the room. So we are presenting in front of the largest studio audience that we have had. If you want to see a picture, my camera's pointing this way, so we'll try to turn it around later. But if you look at the Mythic Legions Cabal, I am sure Walter is posting ample amounts of photos of everything going on. He's got you guys taken care of.
With him in it.
With him. With that, guys, we're going to say goodbye to you for a little while. We'll bring you back towards the end, but we've got some special guests we want to bring up because I think we're ready to do our first reveal. What do you guys think? And we do have a few people that we are missing today. Corn Boy, who usually opens the show, he's not feeling well this weekend, unfortunately, so he doesn't get everyone else sick. He's going to stay home for today. Big Greg is at home as well. Hopefully we'll see him later, but you're with us here in spirit, guys, so get better. So right now, I'm going to bring up a couple special guests, and right away you're going to think to yourself, oh my goodness, Jeremy he's not messing around right now. He's going big right from the start. We're going to bring up the Swedes. Right out of the gate. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Scoot in awkwardly close.
Awkwardly close.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So we will have time to talk to you about your visit, but as I said, I'm going right out of the gate with not one, but 2 Swedes. We are also going to bring up a member of Four Horsemen Studios, person that you deal with he ships out all your products, gets all those labels ready for you, handles any customer service problems. Diego, are you here? you go.
I'm here. Guys, I thought we were dressing up.
I did. I just meant wear your favorite faction shirt.
Oh, man, I thought you said dress your favorite faction.
Okay, well, this is very appropriate because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add to the stage. I'm going to bring this up so you can see the reveals here. Let me go here. The first reveal for Gcon Rising Suns is Broddr of Bjorngar. Clearly a member of the House of the Noble Bear. So, Joe's bringing that in here. So, we've gotten a number of requests over the year to do a figure that's got, you know, some of that Viking type aesthetic to it. And Eric, that whole area of Bjorngar and Viking fell up in the north, that has a lot of that feel. Yeah, it makes sense why I invited, you know, because
That makes sense now.
because we've got
Strong Vikings.
exactly. So let's look at the turns. Eric, talk to us a little bit about this character.
That's a Viking character, something we've gotten a lot of requests for over the years. It makes it makes perfect sense to introduce a character like this in a Noble Bear wave. And what you're going to see a lot of here with both of these factions, and it's been the case every time we've done these face-off faction type waves, is we've had Noble Bear characters throughout the line all the way back to wave 1. But this is the chance to really come in and define what that look of the Noble Bear faction is. And not only, just make some good looking figures, but also just give a little bit of a look into the world that they occupy and tell some story with these figures. And so what we wanted to do here, because we've done a lot of kind of dwarven characters and characters with big horns on the side of the helmet, things like that. We wanted to do a Viking character that was a little bit more of a historically inspired Viking look, particularly without big, the big giant horns on it that are kind of the stereotypical Viking look. So, this helmet, we, researched it and, found what we thought would be a great first, like, real Viking character in the line. And I don't know if we're going to get into technical specs here with parts and stuff like that now.
Sure.
So,
well, we can show, in addition to what you see here, there's also a secondary look. So you want to talk about this first, or let's secondary look. We've also got this version as well.
yes.
That secondary head, if you want to go more fantasy.
Yes.
I think that's a good one to show too, because over here he's a little bit more covered up with the fur and the pauldron, so that you get to see a little bit of that new torso there. So,
So I mean, recurring theme that you're gonna see in this wave is, and we've talked about it in some of the previous waves. What we've really been trying to do with the line is build out the parts library and update all of the, update 1.0, update 2.0, go back to parts that have been the same since wave 1 and get, really some fresh looks and pieces into this. And so this guy, aside from, I think, the thighs, is brand new from top to bottom. Wow. The muscular arm that you see here is brand new, added texture, added detail, added range of motion on the joints. As Jeremy mentioned, there's a new torso there, the Viking, that with a quilted leather type pattern on it. New belt. One thing we're really excited to add into the line, you saw it first with Kern Ray in the most recent Cosmic Wave, is that we're adding in a system on certain figures where it's got the mid-calf boot cut. And then, which goes down to the boots, which it's a great new boot that, I think a lot of people have wanted to see over the years, that kind of classic fantasy fur topped leather boot. He's got new weapons, new pauldrons. He's got new like Viking relics that are attached to the belt. I mean, as you can see here, I mean, it is a loaded up figure. Plenty of hands, which again are all new, full new set of Bear 1.0 male hands. Again, textured to match the new pieces. Really cool shield there that I think is just like another like staple type item that the line's been missing. I mean, this guy's he's got it all.
So let's talk about his bio, and then we'll get back to the figure and we'll talk to our guests a little bit. So we've got a little bit of a tighter shot there of the new head sculpt. Do we say that helmet doesn't come off? That's part of the sculpture itself.
Yep.
So Broddr of Bjorngar, he is a standard figure. We have not raised our prices at all. Standard figures are still $37 through the direct pre-order. So Broddr is a warrior and a guide, and he's a human. There are few places on the map of Mythos more inhospitable than the icy reaches of Bjorngar. But even the vast peaks of this frozen wasteland cannot shield its people from the evils that threaten Mythos. An elder in the barbarian clan that has long made its home in the north, Broddr was one of the first to swear loyalty to the Conqueror king called the Noble Bear. Acting as a mentor and a guide, Broddr has helped Atlas build the ranks of his house. Following the lead of the mighty Broddr, the barbarians of Bjorngar now march from their homes towards an uncertain future as the Second Great War of Mythos begins. What do you think, guys?
Well, what do we think, Thomas? Do you think it's okay? Is it decent enough? Oh, come on. It's excellent, isn't it?
I think it's so funny, the community is like predicting what is coming and visioning like, oh, maybe this, maybe that. It's for me, it's not even close. I have a hard time envisioning stuff anyways, but it wasn't that. That is super cool. I absolutely love that one.
And I mean, this looks like people you see back home, right? Like
everywhere. Yeah,
you go to the supermarket and stuff.
Yeah, we're just wearing our American clothes now. So that's good for everyone to see that. I love the mix of soft goods and parts. That is something that I really love.
And it's fantastic that so many new parts and a different look. It still feels Mythic Legions. I mean, the spirit is still there. What Mythic Legions, as we fans see, that is embodied in that figure. So it's just elevating the figures all the time, but still, that's a Mythic Legion. So that's just excellent.
And these figures will all be on display here at LegionsCon all weekend. So if you are coming to the event, which I would imagine everyone in the room is coming to LegionsCon, because if you came and you're not sticking around, that would be a shame.
Yes.
So these will be on display, and certainly there'll be lots of photos shared. Diego.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you approve of this look.
When I saw that head sculpt come out, I was ecstatic. I've been wanting forever for a more historic Viking helmet, and it's finally here.
Finally.
I love all the details. It's a really good traditional blend with fantasy blend. It hits both camps. A round shield, a Viking round shield with a center boss. I've been wanting that since day one, and now it's finally here. Now I can make a mini me.
Yeah, unfortunately, Diego of Bjorngar didn't have the same
ring.
The same kind of ring as Broddr of Bjorngar. I just like to roll my tongue like that. It's very satisfying.
Very satisfying.
It is.
And having Diego around was a huge help on this line in particular, because there's some items that like he brought in his full collection of Viking costumes and props and artifacts and stuff. So there's some things that he brought in that make cameos in the line directly. So it was just so cool to see it in hand and just be able to inspect these items and try to be as authentic as possible.
Yeah.
Plus Diego was so the enthusiasm was infectious. So
I was like, Vikings? We're doing Vikings? Oh, let me just bring all of my Viking stuff.
It's funny because you talked about the new parts, but even an existing part like those wrist wraps, that's something that multiple people have asked for. Just the other night in the lobby, someone was saying, if you don't have at least one figure with wrist wraps in this wave, I'm going to be so upset. And it was so funny because I knew the first figure had it, and I was just like, they're going to drop that right out of the gate. But it's also indicative of how things have changed for the Legions lines, where we're still built on a reusable parts library, but because of the support of this amazing community, it's allowed us to add even more to the figures, whether it's more like soft goods, extra hands and things. I mean, extra hands, how long do we go in Mythic Legions with just the one set of hands? And it's almost like we're like making up for lost time, because like every figure now comes with a hands pack essentially.
Thank you.
yeah.
Because we know how much George loves those extra hands. But being able to still reuse some of those other pieces that we have in the library when appropriate, like those wrist wraps, is really cool as well. And I know the parts you talked about, those boots alone, I'm sure that the customizers and pop and swap fans in the room saw that. It was just like, yes.
Oh, you bet. I mean, I guess we all did, right?
Jeremy, since we have Vikings up, I want to take the opportunity to ask the crowd, do you guys want to do the war chant my Viking group does? You want to do a Viking war chant? Yeah. All right. This is how it's going to go. It's a call and response. I'm going to say bearing, you say yar. I'm going to do that twice. Then I'm going to say Sigur, Eder, and you're going to say Valhul, like Valhalla, Valhul.
Comes closer to me.
All right? All right. So, bearing! Bearing! Sigur, Eder! There we go. One more time with more gusto. Bearing! Bearing! Sigur, Eder! There we go. After I complete each one, I do that chant.
Gets himself psyched up. So, Emil, you're here at Legions Con.
Yes.
You've been at Legions Con for a couple years now. You are very well known for your tribute type customs. Out of curiosity, out of the gate, anything sparking? Are there any characters that immediately you're thinking, oh, I could use that part to make this character?
Sure, I'll spoil that right away. No, honestly, the first thing I think is really this specific character. So I don't see a specific character to turn this into. I honestly feel like playing with it. That's my first. I really want to play with this.
Yeah.
Can I? No. I'm just asking.
Well, I love that. I love the fact that you're seeing the figure for what it's presented as first, before the component pieces, because we do talk a lot about the new pieces that it includes because it is such a big part. But I love that because I feel the same way. I look at the figure for what it is and just the character that's been created here.
Yeah. And I know. I mean, all of us, we want to enjoy these characters that are created. So even though the customizing community is huge, it's not like we're just looking at a bunch of parts being put together. The aesthetic of how the character is created with all the soft good, that is, obviously the first thing that you look at and enjoy, and love, how you have created these. That is, we talk a lot about customizing, but that is really the first thing. You enjoy someone that has been creating these characters. And it's like, you know, it really feels like thank you for letting us be a part of it. I mean, you're selling this stuff, but it also feels like thank you for letting us enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, coming in from Sweden for all of these festivities, and we've joked before that you fly from Sweden to Newark, New Jersey, which is like, what, 20 minutes from here? And then you leave Newark, New Jersey and fly to Michigan so you can get in a car and drive. Tell us a little bit about your journey to Legions Con. How getting over here from Sweden, how long is that flight?
About 9 hours to
Yeah.
Newark.
Yeah.
9 hours?
And then 5.5 hour layover at Newark. And then 2.5 hour to Grand Rapids. And then a lovely car ride with Mr. Stephen Bouchard and his wife.
Get the artwork.
Yeah.
I saw yard work is secondary in this conversation. That's just part of.
I saw they got you a cake. There was a cake that they presented that said the Swedes are here.
Yeah, I think the love is mutual.
Apparently.
Lucky for that. But
Yeah.
So that's how we started.
Everything has been smooth and fun, and Steven is really nice to us most of the time. So
Yeah.
And Emil, this is your third year at Legions Con. Tomas, it's your second.
Yeah.
So last year was your first. You had such a great time that when did you know that you were going to come back and be part of this for a second year?
well, I don't exactly know. I knew that even before the event started last year. I just had to be here every time this fantastic thing is happening. So it's like a beacon in the sky. Like, we have to get there now. There's a big thing happening. You know, it's like a given. You wouldn't want to miss it.
At the flight home, we already decided to just,
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, and we might get in trouble if we say that we only enjoy being with Stephen Bouchard at Muskegon, because there are some people that are more offended than others. So of course we love every person that we meet there in Muskegon, including Pete McCarthy.
Of course. Yes.
I love how there's a lot of people you met there, but the one you decided to call out by name is Pete McCarthy.
I'm afraid of it.
Is Pete in the room? Because I don't hear his voice. Like, someone just mentioned his name and he didn't pipe up. So
George said that we were supposed to be respectful. I was trying to be that guy.
I just wanted to do a wellness check on you, Pete, because I know that when your name is called, usually you're at attention.
And being respectful, this is something new to Pete. I think we should encourage him in this process. So please be encouraged.
Absolutely. So, Diego, anything else that you want to point out about this character from, the perspective of how he's geared out or something? You mentioned that shield specifically. What are we looking at with these pieces?
Well, you've got a pretty good axe right there. It's not a double-headed axe. That would be totally fantastical. It's a single bearded axe, which I'm really glad to see, because it's got more of a historical look. It's still got fantasy elements, but a historical look nonetheless. And a spear, which, the spear is the weapon of choice on any battlefield in both the classical to medieval period. You could give anybody a spear and they're deadly. The torque was a really awesome addition. Super happy to see that. Again, the helmet's what really blew me away. And that quilted armor torso that has that Gambison type look, that would be very typical in the period, because padded armor and chainmail were really what Vikings were. This is actually probably this Lamlar is probably a bit of a what's it called, anachronism, because it was more the Far East, the Varangian Guard, but that's a different story. But it's awesome, and I'm really happy to see more historical looking Vikings in Mythos.
That armor, it's got more. Looks like something the Sons of the Red Star would wear.
Yeah,
maybe he's a double agent.
Well, if you notice, I am wearing a lot of red.
Ooh,
and see, I kind of wanted to show some support for both factions.
I like that. Eric, What else do you think we should point out about Broddr of Bjorngar before we move on? Anything else come to mind?
Well, if you go back to that headshot,
Yeah.
this again, like there's certain things that we plan out that, you know, I'm kind of saying this is the plan, but we're not 100% sure until it happens. But definitely from a factory standpoint, we're not sure about a customer standpoint or not. There's a full sculpted face underneath that face shield. The idea is that face shield will be an interchangeable piece that, you know, with future figures that you'll be able to swap that out. And even with it off, the figure has a drastically different look. I mean, it would have a hole in the head, but from a customizer standpoint, there's a lot that could be played with there.
Yeah. So just like with the pop-in chest plates, this is something where they could even pop that out and make different adornments or something to fill that, and the face underneath it is not going to look unfinished.
Correct. And so you mentioned pop-out chest plate. This torso is a pop-out chest plate torso. So it is just another addition to that little mini system of parts. So, you know, it's it's just like another aspect now of the way that we approach this is, you know, how will customizers play with it? How will pop and swap customizers play with it? You know, this is a new spot where once we do it, it's going to be cool because third-party makers are going to be able to run wild with this. And so, you know, it's even though everything still works like a Mythic Legions figure, these little extra modularity points like the chest plate, or even now this extra cut in, it won't be on every single figure. It's not going to be like a uniform thing, but the mid-calf cut. The mid-calf cut opens up so many possibilities. In you know, you'll see more of it in this wave in particular. So it's I don't know, it's kind of like a minor thing, but I think we're all excited about it at the studio.
Yeah, it's not a minor thing.
It's not a minor. No. Well, you did mention too that those bare arms, even though you could look at that and say, well, they already have bare arms, they probably just use the bare arms they've been using for years. Those are brand new pieces. And as part of what you've been doing with the digital sculpting specifically is these are going to have probably a little bit of a greater range of motion than we would have had in, let's be honest, the parts that were sculpted over 10 years ago at this point.
Right. Yep. And that's the, you know, whenever we're upgrading these parts, there's a, you know, like a bit of a push and pull of, you know, it still has to be backwards compatible. So how far can we push that range of motion and still make it 100% compatible with everything that we've done? But that being said, like those elbows in particular, there's significant greater bend in the elbows than what we've had. And it's got, you know, moving, you know, forward, we've been adding like skin texture to figures similar to like, I think we first did it in ogres. So like these have that additional bit of texture that just, you know, catches the light and picks up the paint and just gives that little extra bit of detail. So it's something that we've wanted to do for a long time. And this was just, we knew this was the wave and the spot to add that, you know, add that new element to the line.
You know, one thing I've noticed that we've really upped, our belt game is on point. Like there was, remember wave one where every figure just came with the strap? Again, now every figure has got such cool, intricate belts on. I mean,
prepare for belts. There might be as many belts, new belts in this wave as there were in the belt pack.
Belts on belts.
Yes. Yeah. There are some belts on belts in this wave.
And in fact, we removed a belt, I think, at one point.
On that torso.
On that torso, yeah. Could have been more belts.
So we hit maximum belt overload. Like we pushed it to the point that we were like, that's too many belts.
But I mean, again, you know, looking at just from a customized pop and swap standpoint, the belts are an opportunity to add a tremendous amount of character specific detail and just additional like life to the characters. And it's just there's a functionality to these too, where they have the loops and areas where you can strap weapons into the belt so that they can, like, we like the idea of a character that can put everything that they have in the package like on their person at one point. And the belts certainly give us the opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. So except for the extra hands, can fully outfit these characters with everything in that package.
Yeah, if you had the hands hanging off the belt, that's a different character completely.
Diego, any last words?
I don't think so. I think all it needs to be said has been said about the noble Broddr.
You excited for this weekend? We had a great day yesterday at the studio.
We had a busy day, but an amazing day with all of our fans and legionnaires. And I look forward to this weekend taking all your money at the booth.
Well, I love the fact that you said yesterday was a busy day. Yesterday was probably the least busy day of our 4 days of Mythic Weekend.
Oh, man. Yeah, it probably is. Today's going to be a good one.
Today's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you're here at the hotel.
I'm here at the hotel so I can be down at the registers bright and early, ready to go.
Will you be tonight when everyone's hanging out in the lobby partying? Will you be dressed like this?
Well, that depends if people want to see that. Should I stay dressed for tonight?
Yes.
All right.
That, everybody, that was the right answer. Thank you very much, Diego. We'll let you go. I'm sure you're getting warm. Guys, thank you for making the trek down to New Jersey for this. You excited for everything we've got going this weekend?
Yes.
Sure are.
Super
Can we see the
excited.
next one?
Yeah. I mean, can we just sit here for it? So, Emil, you have a table, you have a display at the show this weekend.
Yes. That's great.
And Tomas, you going to be helping out?
I got a small shelf in the Wolf King booth.
Nice.
Selling figures and heads. So
Awesome. So both of your work will be represented at Legions Con this weekend.
Yes, that's
Yep.
correct.
Very much looking forward to seeing them both. Thank you both very
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
joining us.
thank you. Super much fun. Man.
So for this next reveal, we're going to bring up a couple additional friends. First off, we're going to bring up two reviewers that you are probably very, very familiar with. They have been longtime supporters of Four Horsemen Studios and the Legions lines. You've seen a number of their reviews. Got the orange background. You saw it recently, most recently with the Vorgus Vermilius 2 reveal. Can you please welcome Jared Toybro? Yeah, so they're over there. Either one, you just got to get close to me because that's in. I said reviewers, so I'm going to bring up your
My date.
your partner for this weekend that was with you at Intern yesterday. You know him from many videos, but including the wonderful Figura Obscura videos. When we gave him that Headless Horseman, we didn't imagine that he would get all the Figura reveals, and he just nailed it so well that was the best job application ever. He's now our Figura Obscura reveal friend for everything and partner. Welcome, Dorklair Bill. And then because being, doing what you guys do, doing reveals and stuff, whether you're live or you have to be ready for the unexpected, right? I figured we're going to see how you both do today when I'm going to introduce the absolute agent of chaos that is Mr. Chris Gorich.
Oh, am I going on that side?
There we go. It's my horn.
What's up? Oh, just like our regular show.
I should have brought him on later when people start fading a little bit. That dose of he's like that afternoon coffee.
Yes.
And
But-
everything.
That's how
But
you get him to leave.
I also
Yeah.
have to leave right after this and go do work.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't want to hang out all day.
So we're
Thank you for
gonna,
coming to my D13 con. I appreciate it. Can we end the show, George? Okay.
so we'll talk to you guys about everything and your time here. But first, I know people want to see the reveal. You guys want to see this?
Exclusive demons. Let's do it.
So the next reveal is a member of the Sons of the Red Star. And if you see what's on screen right now and you see that name, that should be a little familiar to you. We've had a number of requests to revisit the Shadow Elves in Mythic Legions. We've had a number of requests to revisit female Shadow Elves in Mythic Legions. So the next reveal is Manisha Cinderhorn.
That's my bae right there.
I'll fix it.
He'll fix it.
I'll
That's
fix it.
so. I want to advance this so we can look at some of the turns, but this particular shot right here is just it's oh my, takes your breath away looking
Stunning.
at this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely stunning photo. Tell us a little bit about this particular character and what we're seeing.
So, as Jeremy mentioned, this is a return to Shadow Elves and a female Shadow Elf, which has been request that we've been getting for years. But for me, the story with this figure is that there are some long overdue updates to the 2.0 female build. This figure, I think, is almost a little deceptive in how many new pieces are actually going on this figure. We've gotten such a positive response to the interchangeable chest plate system on the 1.0 figures. This is not only a brand new female torso, but it has both a chest and stomach interchangeable piece on it. Because again, like I've been saying, this is a line where we want to come in and update the library. And so over some of the past few waves, we've been getting some major updates on the 1.0 system, which, the 1.0 system was older, so it made sense chronologically, but now, was the time to get into the 2.0 system. So, here, aside from seeing that new torso, she has a brand new head, new pauldrons, the bare upper arms and elbow pieces are all new. This one in particular has sculpted in armbands on it, which is a cool piece that I think a lot of characters are going to benefit from, and a lot of custom creations. A new set of upper gloves that are just a simple leather build, which is going to just lend itself to a lot of versatility. The upper legs are existing, but then again, with this 2.0 update, we're going right into the mid calf cut here. So she's got a really cool look she's got the existing the upper thighs are armored. And so she has a armored mid cut lower leg, and then brand new feet and boots that are again matching those upper gloves, where it's a really cool, just simple leather design, that's got kind of a pirate thief type look. That this if you think about what we've had in the 2.0 library of parts, this figure alone just expands so heavily on what we've had to work with. So just extremely excited to add all this. Plus, and we didn't even mention it on the first figure, but killer soft goods, super dynamic cape here. C. Jaslam again, we partnered with on soft goods on this wave, and continue to just see gorgeous new parts. Yep. And just it adds such a dynamic to the character.
Eric,
yes.
I heard about a lot of new swappy parts. We never discussed that for tooling or production. We're gonna have to talk about that later. Don't overpromise these people.
Don't underpromise these people.
Okay.
I think that the reason we're doing all of these new parts is to make it so we have to send Chris to China to go check that stuff, because that was a request that George made specifically.
a 3-month trip.
I'll come home every weekend. It's not a problem.
Looking at the accessory build out here, did we mention the new spear that we've got? And did we mention the alternate heads that this comes with? Because one of the cool things building out the Shadow Elves, wanting to give some variety, in addition to that brand new head, we've got 2 other heads that repainted the way they are here. They read totally different. So what are the 2 heads that this includes?
So it's a repainted Ziri head from Cosmic Legions, which once again shows, that there is a versatility and interchangeability between the 2 lines that is great for us, because we can open or introduce items in Cosmic that work their way back into Mythic, and we can expand on Mythic and vice versa. And then the Myria Golden Branch head, which is not a head that we've seen a lot of, repainted in the Shadow Elf look, and with that crown built in, like it fits the Cinderhorn look really well. And we wanted to, since female Shadow Elves weren't really a thing in the line, to introduce a figure and just give you 3 heads all at once to kind of make up for lost time.
Now, I will point out that we do not have any shots of the character with those alternate heads on, because we didn't get this prototype to Trevor to shoot until Monday, this Monday, like a couple days ago. So Trevor was a true warrior when it came to taking these particular photos. We're going to have Trevor up later in the show, but again, we cannot say enough about the wonderful shots that he gives us here. Let's go forward. Let's talk about this particular character a little bit. Let's read this bio so we know who we're getting. So Manisha Cinderhorn is once again a standard figure at $37. She is a mercenary, and of course, she is a Shadow Elf. The youngest daughter of Malachi Cinderhorn, Manisha left her father's side many years ago. Manisha believes that the Shadow Elves' jealousy of the other Feyborn blinds them to opportunities to increase their own influence within the realm. She aligned herself with the Sons of the Red Star as a way to prove to her father that her people should focus on their own self-interests over fealty to a decaying god. One of the most intelligent individuals within the ranks of the Sons, Manisha knows that a sharp mind is often as useful as a sharp blade, and Scapular trusts her to determine which of these she must use in her assignments. It's Manisha Cinderhorn, everybody. So, Jared, we brought you up first. You've been, a fan of the line, a collector of the line for a number of times. I'm sure, right here, there's a number of things that you must be excited to be seeing for the first time and ready to pose there and play with and do your reviews.
Just like the whole thing. There's so much to unpack with this figure from top to bottom. Just the entire look, the way it's changed a familiar type of character into something very different. All the mix of soft goods. It's just gnarly looking.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the crowd and hearing the excitement and seeing the faces and the fist pumps when Eric talks about the removable pieces that can be swapped, not only through customizers, but of course, if we're making them removable, we're going to do different versions as well that creates with that. Bill, I mean, your pop and swaps have become kind of a staple of your reviews, to the point that if you don't do them, people are like, where's the pop and swaps? Making your job even harder. So, I mean, looking at this, I know that as, someone that loves to do that myself, this must excite you as well, I would assume.
Absolutely. Just getting new stuff for the 2.0 body is great. Like those boots and those gloves, just lots of just ideas going through mind. I also am a huge fan of the cloth goods, and seeing a figure with multiple pieces of cloth goods always gets me thinking in those terms as well, because I don't just swap the plastic parts. I like to do part swaps with the cloth goods too. And then I love innovation, and I love it every time you come up with like a new idea. So having the upper and lower chest of this figure now being one of those modular pieces, right?
Maybe.
Oh, you're not sure? Are you really not sure?
No,
You're
it's
joking.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
like that, yeah. Like that's really cool to me.
Chris,
Hi.
he's a lot. He's a lot. No, but I mean, in all your years of figure production, this is something you've worked on a number of lines over the years. Talk a little bit about how the added level of complexity to doing Legions, because every figure that we put out ends up needing to be backwards compatible. We work on tooling with companies that are making parts that need to be compatible with other parts they didn't tool, other factories did. I have to imagine that level of, added complexity to these pieces makes your job that much more difficult.
Yes. I'm a man of few words.
That is not true. That is not true at all.
I'm shy. Yeah, I mean, it's, Eric likes to make my job harder, so but that's why they have me there. So I mostly don't screw up the project, and but it's hard to make sure that the tooling all matches. And when you're dealing with micromillimeter difference in size for pegs and cavity and all that stuff, it's not fun. But it's the one thing I always say is I'd rather be right than on time. So if it's going to be late, there's a reason, because certain things just are not meeting our requirements, because we do have a high kind of standard. So it's that is the toughest part, but we do our best.
Yeah.
He's
And then I have to
definitely
go to China.
he's definitely right though. I mean, we've been reviewing Necronominus test shots recently. And each one of these waves is getting significantly more complex on every level. Than just when, we're looking at this, so far we've seen 2 figures that are nearly top to bottom, fully new figures. For years and years, we had that initial group of parts, and we, would add maybe a piece here and there. Even this wave has more new tooling than Advent of Decay did, which was, whatever it was, like 43 figures. So yeah, the Chris has significantly more to deal with every time we do something, and not even just more figures, but each one of those figures. We're looking at Beluolith from Necronominus, and just the snake in the cage alone was just so much back and forth with the factory. Yeah. Like a tiny accessory. So it's
it's a lot of great factors in that. Obviously digital sculpting has allowed much more detail on sculpting, which is awesome, because they just become more and more beautiful, like little works of art. The support of everybody to allow us to add more tooling, that's important. That, when we were doing the Kickstarters, it was like, we got this bunch of tooling, but we got to make it all work. And like I said, add a couple more parts. So to be able to do almost full lines of new tooling is like mind blowing, and it's great. And again, it's thanks to the support of everybody that purchases, supports, reveals everything. And yeah, I mean, it's going to get more and more challenging, but it's just going to make it that much better.
Yeah.
Especially with a top-notch sculptor. It's my favorite.
So, Bill, what are you looking forward to most this weekend?
This right here.
This right here. This
Yeah.
was one of the things that was high on your list.
Gcon all the way.
Being a part of that. Yeah, I
and
mean,
of course, getting to hang out with everybody is like
no,
number one for sure.
listen, I've been listening to all the Road to Legions Con stuff, and everyone's like meeting the people. You just flat out said, I'm excited about the new toys. Respect, man, because that makes us happy, because everything that goes into these, to hear that kind of enthusiasm is really good. He just kind of set it up. He just set a bar for you. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, what I was looking forward to the most happened yesterday.
Oh, for intern.
Intern's what I was most excited for.
Okay, so that was your
That
first
was my first time.
visit ever to the studio.
That was a whole thing, whole experience. Just as much as a part of my life that toys are, being able to do that is a whole different thing.
And did it live up to the hype that we presented
Absolutely
as?
exceeded my expectations. It was
Exceeded.
just the best day.
Excellent.
That is so
And
good.
I just want to say thank you, Jared, for
Make a
having
nice
me
day.
be your +1. Yeah.
I was so thrilled because intern is done through a lottery, for anyone that doesn't know. When your name got pulled, I was actually very excited about that. And then when I found out that you were bringing Bill, I was like, that was just wonderful to have both of you there, to be able to be a part of that.
It was an amazing day.
Yeah. Pretty unforgettable experience, really.
That is amazing. Thank you so
You're
much.
going to try again next year?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get you to kick me out. Yeah.
And that's cool too. I mean, we say all the time, seeing the mix of people that return and that, the brand new people, that mix, that's wonderful. I mean, we see these two, the Gonzalez, they're in every single one. I think that they're at a point where they're just going to be grandfathered in, that it's going to be like, it's not going to be an intern without Amber and Ryan there.
Doing a session.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, thank you very much for joining us.
Love you, Kara.
You're going to have...
And Evie, sorry, I got 2 kids. Evie don't watch, Kara does, so
beyond your work doing studio responsibilities this weekend, you are also going to have a table for your D13. What are we going to be seeing this weekend?
Should have been booth 13, Jeremy, but
I put him at booth 12. I cannot believe I totally spaced on that. I put Trevor at booth 13.
Trevor, we switching? Where are you?
I didn't even think about it. He called me out on it, and I was just like, of all the things to miss.
Yeah,
But really, what are we going to see from you this weekend?
No, my exclusive literally just arrived yesterday, so I'll have the 4 exclusives. And so I'm excited about that. And 2 of my revealers.
Yeah,
right
these 2
here.
guys did
These
those
guys are
reviews.
awesome. Oh my God. They did fantastic jobs. And then Cullen and Dan Larson. See you tomorrow. And that's gotta support my guys, even somebody with so many subs like Dan. But yeah, I mean, I'll be mostly at my booth, as anyone knows.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's about all I'm gonna have.
Well, you have apparel.
Oh yeah, we'll have apparel. Now I have the hoodies that people pre-ordered. I have 3 new t-shirt colors. So the t-shirts are available. The hoodies are not, because they're too expensive to order a bunch of them that
Yeah.
I'm not sure if people are going to buy or not. But they're comfortable. So yeah, I'll have
Good.
that, and pens and stickers. And
We'll look forward to it. Chris, guys, thank you very much for joining us for this reveal. We're going to let you go, get back in the audience. Absolutely. We got through the Chris portion. Got that out of the way early.
Poor Chris.
I can come back.
Okay, so I'm going to be honest. This is one of the the reveals that I'm most excited for today. Yeah, this is one that I'm pretty excited for.
Yes.
We're going to welcome up a couple of our friends. You will certainly recognize them if you are part of the Legions community, specifically if you are part of a little subgroup of the Legions community known as the Kings Under the Mountain. So please welcome, and you guys can come on this side here, Anthony and Chris. Come on up, guys.
We do look good. We do, right? This wasn't planned or anything. Yeah, no, not intentional, not at all accidental.
So, guys,
Hi.
How are you?
Fantastic. Excited.
I was going to bring you up for the elf reveal because I figured that would be on brand for the two of you, right?
Par for the course, right?
He's staring daggers at me. Thank you both for joining us very much. Get in a little bit closer, Chris.
Sure.
Get at you on the camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here to the next slide.
Nice.
What is up with this, guys? What is up? I've been seeing this. I've been seeing this tag everywhere. What is going on? Tell us about the year of the dwarf.
It's our year.
It's your year.
It's our year. It's the year of the dwarf. So the way it works is that the dwarves are the underdogs in all of Mythos. That means we're always looked down upon. We're always, never given enough. So we always, we're hungry. We want more. So we keep fighting for it. And that's why this year is the year of the dwarf. And guess what? Next year, it's the year of the dwarf again. Just letting you know.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
You can't have a year of the dwarf without new dwarf parts.
I mean, I would like to see that.
The next reveal as part of the Mythic Legions Rising Suns is the Exiles from Under the Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go! We did it! Thanks, sir.
So I'm going to go through a couple images here. You want to talk about what we're seeing and answer their questions? Because I'm sure that they're dying to see all these pieces.
Again, this is going back to Joe. Hey, Joe, I'm just taking that out of here. Thank you. This is going back to wave one was really the last time that we added significant dwarf parts to the lineup. And as part of the entire refresh of the parts library, this is one that's been high on our list for a long time. And if you just, you're looking at the turns on this figure, this is, aside from a minimal amount of parts, again, a top to bottom new figure. New Dwarven pauldrons. The torso, although it is similar to the Viking torso, is actually a brand new torso. It's wider, thicker, more like kind of squat, specifically for this dwarf build. New hands, new upper gloves, brand new belt, all with Dwarven specific detailing, even down to the buckles. New lower legs, which are something that are long overdue, along with the feet. And since we've had a fully armored set of parts that have been part of the library, we wanted to do here where we did a mix of armored plate with leather textures and a leather layer underneath, just so that we could mix up the look of the dwarves, where instead of having all solid armored dwarves, there's these softer materials like leathers and fabrics that essentially double or more than double the Dwarven parts library that we've had. Also brand new dwarf shield, sword and scabbard, new unhelmeted head, which was really cool to add to the mix, and just give us more to work with and build on as far as building up your Dwarven legions.
Yeah,
I'm blown away.
Wow. So we've also got a couple pieces here. So we've got that soft goods cloak, and we've got literally Diego's horn.
Yes. Yep, that's one of his artifacts that came in and made it to the line.
And this figure also comes with a second head as well.
Come on.
A second helmeted head. Guys, what do you think? How do we do?
Yeah.
Guys, when we conceived this, we wanted it to be a builder pack with a lot of pieces. Whenever we do that and we add extra weapons and, you know, arms and stuff, people are like, well, if you just added an extra set of legs or whatever, it could be a 2-pack. So it's actually called the Exiles Under the Mountain.
You got to be kidding me.
Because the 2-pack set.
Welcome to poverty, kids.
If you noticed, I didn't show an environment shot to start with. That's because the environment shot shows them both. So what you're actually getting in the Exiles Under the Mountain 2-pack is these two figures.
Yeah! Oh, yes!
So this, Eric, this is a 1.0 female dwarf build. So all of these parts are going to be interchangeable between both of the figures in this set.
Yes. Yep. So, you know, there are the female specific parts here, you know, specifically the torso and head. But, you know, she also has a brand new set of pauldrons, which will work on any dwarf figure that you have. Her lower legs are shared with the male. But she has a new set of 1.0 leather boots that, you know, are going to be a very versatile piece to add to the mix. New Dwarven specific skirting folds, new dwarf specific belt. And you're going to see more here in a second. But, you know, I've mentioned this before. Some people don't like it. I have personal regrets over the Ragna Stormforger figure.
She's still one of my favorites.
I know, but this is she was kind of almost like a half dwarf.
Yeah.
This is the female dwarf that we've wanted to do for a while now. Brand new hammer. The torch. I think everybody is so excited about the torch. It's just such a fun.
Yep.
Like the non-weapon accessories are a lot of fun to add. Like it's you know, it adds environment, it adds story to the character. And then the, you know,
to see them both side by side, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then that, you know, we didn't say the second head, you know, she's got a second head also.
Yep.
So a total of 4 heads in this pack.
So that's the full build out you're going to get here. Wow. Okay. Now, let me read the bio, and I'm going to warn everybody, this is easily the most fan servicey thing I've ever written. Like, to the point where I wondered if Eric was going to be like, yeah, we got to roll that back. But no, Eric, I think he's actually one of the kings under the mountain. He was ready for this. Exiles from Under the Mountain 2-pack is going to be $75. The once heroic kingdom of Ironhold has turned to the side of darkness. Rejecting this alliance with the Legion of Erethyr and remembering the heroic oaths they once swore, many dwarves have fled from their homes under the mountains, becoming exiles without a banner to swear allegiance to. Finding a new family amidst the outcasts of the House of the Noble Bear, dwarven warriors like Anton of the Forge, Kavan Dragobane, Chris Snapbeard, Dagna Stormforger, and others have taken up arms once again. They are bold, brash, and loud, and they are single-minded in their determination to reforge the good name of the dwarven folk of mythos.
I want to tongue kiss the both of you right now.
I thought you were going to say hug, and I was going to like.
No, we're way past that point now.
It's 5-5. It's 5-5.
You're all right. You're all right. Sorry.
So thank you and the Dwarf fans for doing so much over the years with the limited parts library you had for your favorite race. We gave you a lot more here.
I'm speechless.
I don't even know what to say. This is, I want to be so poor.
Yeah.
What do you think, everyone?
That's a capstone for the year.
I think we did it.
We did do it.
This was, as I mentioned, this was genuinely one of the reveals I was most excited to do because I knew how impactful it would be on multiple levels to actually be able to see the new parts, but then to see that bio and the little nod to the two of you and Kevin, who's back home, not feeling well, unable to be here.
Yeah, Kevin, yeah,
You know, you three kings have definitely held those torches a lot, high. Three of many, I know there's a lot of you have done it. So tell us a little bit, what are you thinking about this? What pieces here are most exciting for you?
Yeah, I mean, female dwarf 1.0, right? Like,
Yeah.
like what? With two heads and I can't even. I am not usually at a loss for words, but wow, you killed it. That is like right out of every Dungeons and Dragons game I've ever played. Like that is D&D right there. That is so metal.
I think I just might need to retire as a toy forge because you've just done enough for me where I'm good. Like this is good. This is the shield, the weapons. You made everything specific to the Dwarven characters, and the way you with the hair and the braids and the
How cruel is it that Joe came and put the figures on the table
in front of the laptop and I can't see him
facing that way?
Yeah.
So you guys,
yeah, I know. Oh my God,
she's amazing. He's amazing too, but she is everything I wanted for a female dwarf.
No, this is perfect. I mean, the amount of army building that we're going to be able to do, that we need to do, guys.
Second
we
mortgages,
need to do.
second mortgages.
Yeah.
Taking them out.
The helmet. I mean, you're going to
open face helmet.
that's
it's crazy.
It's gorgeous. And the torch. I mean, how many times have we been wanting to do stuff like that? I mean, a lot of the third-party guys have done amazing work, but this is all factory standard. I mean, you don't get better than the factory standard stuff. And the fact that we have all this now at our disposal and the soft goods, I mean.
So the hammer, it looks like it's the evolution of the original circle hammer, right? Like it looks like it just like went updated and just got like a little more dwarf centric, which is awesome. Almost like a nod to the previous one. It's just so the axe is amazing too.
And so my favorite of the helmets is the Dwarven helmet with no beard. The armored one. And you guys just
updated,
made a new favorite helmet of mine. Like nice. This is beautiful. I can't believe it.
I think my favorite's her helmet.
Her helmet, is
and
really
I want
nice.
to do a visor for it immediately.
Well, it's got those ports too. You could even have
a drop down. Now it's a troop builder, and we're off to the races.
And it's funny because where you've been sitting, Chris, is I have clear line of sight to you, and every time you talk about a removable part, he's yes. That's so. Chris Snapbeard, the name that we used in the bio, is because you and Mythic Bits, your team that works on that, you have found a place for yourself in the customizing community, adding these little parts that fill these gaps that with a very small part totally transforms a figure. And those snap-on beards, that was your first piece under Mythic Bits. That's kind of your signature.
It is.
Absolutely. So you get excited for stuff like this.
Yeah. So for me, like the little stuff, it's always, I wish I had that's how Mythic Bits started. And I would be remiss if I didn't say, Shane, I love you. He's the one that does all the work for Mythic Bits. Like it was like Chris, it's like, I need this to customize, right? Because I'm a customizer. That's even though we do 3D, customizing is my thing, right? I love it. It's my relaxation. And it's what small thing can I do to make a change to this so I can have 5 of them, because I love troop building, and they can all look just slightly different. And that's how the whole thing got off to the races.
We have talked for hours.
Oh my God.
Hours this past year over this stuff about what our ideal builder would look like. And you guys exceeded all of our expectations.
We're going to build another playset now.
I think it's time.
Like an Exile place.
Yeah.
I think we have
I
to
think
do it.
we need to.
I think one of the things about this wave that's great for anybody who's a dwarf fan too is that the dwarven look and the kind of Nordic look go so well together.
Yeah.
So much of what's on the other characters in House of the Noble Bear will add to this library really well. Also, it's very interchangeable.
And like with the Viking, right? Shorter beard just means younger dwarf.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
They popped the head in there. Now he's just the younger in the troops of this guy leading them.
Yeah.
And you're good. You're good to go. And then you can use the parts from the Viking for something else.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
For sure.
I love being able to get a good shot of seeing able to see the belt. It's just
New shoes.
the shoes,
New shoes.
the forearms. Oh my god,
New forearms.
We've been talking.
Oh yeah, new forearms.
Yeah,
You just saved me so much work this year.
yeah.
I have no work now.
I can't wait to swap the
All
pauldrons and just make it all just.
The new armor head's great.
Yeah.
Question for you, Eric. That face plate, that face inside of there, is that a removable plate or is that fixed in?
It's fixed in.
It's fixed in.
Because
Okay.
it's the way the helmet is. It comes around
around
the
it,
face
yep.
so much. Now that's something Chris and I might talk about if there is a way that it could be clicked and pulled out. We always look at the possibility.
Sure.
But like what Chris jokingly said earlier, I don't like to overpromise,
Yep.
but it is the sort of thing. Even if it's not from a customer standpoint, it might be something where if that face can be separated out in production, it would be easier for us to drop a quick little face plate into tooling and take this even further.
So similar to like the original, Elf Ranger hood and stuff, where that wasn't meant to be swappable, but people can certainly remove it and you can make something that fits there, and we can make something that fits there.
Exactly.
It's amazing what happens with a little heat.
Yeah. What about the torsos? Are these chest plate poppable torsos?
The male is not.
Okay.
The female is. Yes, the female is.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
awesome.
Yeah, again, because it's we have had such a great response to that, just that little element, and we know how much from a customizing standpoint and from a third party standpoint, how much it's been embraced. So it's just a great opportunity to not only add a 1.0 female torso in, but to give it that versatility, so where people can start just run with it.
And like the idea of trying to make it where you can put as many accessories on the character as you can. I mean, this accomplishes that. I mean, wow,
They're loaded.
I don't have words. And
That's rare because you love to talk about your dwarves.
I've been trying to save my voice for today, and I'm like, I'm good. Like
Same.
I have nothing. In a positive way. Like wow.
I know what we're doing this week while you're driving around.
We have a lot of
We have a
conversations.
lot to talk about.
We have
So
a
you-
lot to talk about.
So you've got at Legions Con this weekend, Anthony, you're going to have not only your stuff on display, but you actually have hosted. I at the start I mentioned the Kings Under the Mountain. That's your kind of dwarf subgroup,
Yes.
and you actually put out the call to the Dwarven fans that if they have customs, they don't have a table here, they can bring and display some on your table.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for everyone to kind of, take part in the exhibition of Legions Con. Because the first year when we all came, we were all exhibitors. I mean, there was one or two people that were selling things, but for the most part, we were exhibitors. And we really, I want to embrace that spirit, that idea that everyone can be a part of it. Because I showed up that day and said, hey, I have stuff. I'm just going to, like a dwarf, I just made room and put my stuff in the middle of it and started right away. So I just want to continue that ideology that everyone has an opportunity to exhibit their stuff. So
I love that.
Yeah, I just want to keep it going. So if you have a Dwarven custom that you don't have a spot, or you want to show it off, or you want to do something, come to table 26 at the Kings Under the Mountain. We'll be ready to go.
And now, Chris, there is no room on your table for people to just put whatever there because you've got some big pieces. You 3D printed like a Dwarven playset.
We did. So, we started out doing really small stuff, right? And obviously there's no middle ground.
Yeah, you really went from little beard clip-ons to let's just go from that to a playset.
Yeah. So Shane and I sat down one day and we were like, what can resin printing do? Let's push it. We were lucky enough to get a big machine and we're like, let's push it. So of course it had to be Dwarven, right? It helps because the dwarves are a little bit shorter. So you don't have to go a 20-inch playset. You can go in that 15, 16 range. It's about 15 inches tall, working doors, little top area. We brought a limited supply that hopefully made it. Mark hooked it up, drove him down. Thank you, Mark. So we're gonna have a couple out on display. They're actually the King's display. Will have so Anthony got the first two off production line. I actually don't own any yet of my own playset. So Anthony got the first
Sounds
two.
like you.
Yeah.
Everyone's got them, and you haven't even opened yours yet.
So we'll, come check it out. Like I said, they'll be available later on too. But more importantly, just come talk to us. And we're going to keep trying to push the playset thing further and further because it's a hole that really could be filled. And it's just really fun to do. That's table 48 and 49, because if I forgot to say that, I was definitely getting punched in the face.
$75 is a steal.
That's
for
crazy.
that, for all that.
Yeah, it's basically two standard figures. You touched on this, Eric, but one of the things that I love about this is because so many of our figures have to share parts, being able to approach this and create like that shield and that hammer and that torch, pieces that really feel like they belong with these Dwarven characters, elevates this so much than just, sometimes by necessity, you look in the library and you say, okay, the armory, what are we going to outfit them with? But being able to give these characters these unique weapons adds so much to this set.
It's we're in such a fortunate spot right now because again, from what you out there have done for us in supporting the line, that the way that you have, we've been allowed to grow, and that gives us the opportunity to come in on a set like this, and we don't have to worry about doing two sets of pauldrons that are dwarf specific, that we can't use it on every type of figure that we want. Like it's just, it's such a great position to be at right now in the line because, we can give such individuality to the characters, all the way down to, something like a shield or a sword that, it really reads dwarf, and it, just makes that whatever character you put it on, it's that much richer and that much more, authentic to what what the intention of the character is.
Is the hammer a solid single piece, or is that a two-part?
It's two-part. Actually, if you look at this axe, the one on the other end, not the middle axe, and then the hammer, those both the heads of those come off. And so this has the more wooden shaft with like wraps on it, and then that's a more of a a metal construction. So even within those weapons in the pack, you could switch those two handles and get a different look on each of those weapons.
Yeah. Toy Forge is back in business. So
Yeah, you're right. You don't have to retire.
Yeah.
That looks like the sword looks like almost like a Dwarven Gladius.
Yeah.
Like it could work on a gladiator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that is very cool.
And the scabbard's not shown in this accessory shot because the scabbard is attached to the belt with like little metal rings.
Yes.
So from Trevor's perspective, when we gave it to him and we attached it, we didn't want him to have to remove that type of stuff. One fun thing about this is that drinking horn. That's such a cool addition to this. And we mentioned this, but look at this right here. So this is what Diego brought in for us. He wasn't kidding when he said that he literally was like, you're doing a Viking-like thing? And he brought these things in. And this one made it into this particular set. But
that's amazing.
Wow. One of my many drinking horns.
Yeah, so that, like I mentioned before, like having Diego bring these pieces in was such a fantastic resource. It's like, I can look up reference of drinking horns all day, but to actually, have it in hand and look at this like kind of complex curvature of it and the finish of the horn and talking to Diego about why this band is, around the drinking edge of the piece, and just all those little details. I don't know, just makes this little piece so much better and more meaningful to I think to everybody who gets this in hand. Like it's more authentic. It's and it, I feel like, we showed this with the male and the torch with the female. I feel like these are kind of like the two equivalent pieces on each of them. Like they're, again, they're not a weapon. It's more of a story type element. It's more like just sets the scene when you set these characters up, which that is just, it's just an extra dimension that I love to be able to include with these.
Top of that hollow?
What's that?
The top of that thing hollow?
This?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice. I know what you're thinking. I like what you're thinking.
Like foam running over the
Yeah. So my amazing and beautiful wife is watching at home right now. So first of all, hi, Dorothy. Second of all, if you are thinking of birthday or Christmas ideas, Four Horsemen has gift card options. I'm going to need a lot of money. And remember, I love you.
Excellent. Well, guys, thank you very much for coming up for this reveal. Thank you for being a part of Legions Con. Anthony, you mentioned from the earliest days.
Yeah.
You're right. We think back at first Legions Con, we had blank tables in the hallway because we just were like, hey, if someone just wants to come and display. So the fact that you've maintained that tradition, you've picked that torch up and run with it is really, really cool. Very much in the spirit of Legions Con. What are you, it's a common question that everyone gets asked, but what are you looking forward to the most this weekend? Besides this, besides the dwarf reveal.
So Chris and I were talking earlier, the bucket list, of things to do is get to intern.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was able to do that last year, and then be a part of Gcon, which I was able to view last year. Being asked to now be up here with you guys is on the top of that. I was joking with Chris. I said, the only thing I needed left was a figure named after me. And guess what's in the bio? I mean, like, everything that I've wanted so far has happened, but it was great coming in last night. I got in late last night, and there was a crowd of guys in the lobby, and we hung out, and it's getting to see everyone. It's like a family reunion once a year that we all just get together. Unfortunately, there's a couple of us that couldn't make it, things that popped up, real life stuff that prevented some of them. So hopefully we get to see everyone next year. But just being around with everyone, spending the whole weekend, having breakfast with people that you don't know, people coming in from all over the world to be able to spend time, people you talk to every day. And now they actually see him in person. I mean, look, we got Elliot here. I mean, I didn't think Elliot was ever going to make it here. Now here he is in full bucket head armor and everything. It's great.
I love the fact that Elliot, who, huge part of the Mythic Legions cabal, keeping that place positive. But I love the fact that he came armored up in case Pete's going to give him any crap for deleting his posts. Elliot's ready to go.
I was going to say something right now, but it just get removed.
Oh, man.
No joke. I just made a meme about it.
News cycle moves fast here. Chris, we talked earlier with the Swedes about their journey and everything, but you're coming from pretty darn far as well. You're in Seattle?
About 30 miles north of Seattle. And then, so last year was awesome. I got the opportunity to come to Legions Con, and then I'm from upstate New York originally, Schenectady. No woos. Okay. So I get to go visit. I don't get to go home very often, just due to logistics, job. But it gives me a reason every year now to go home, see my mom, my newborn nephews and niece, and spend time with family. So this year I did it up front because I learned a lesson, and it was cool because I get to ship everything to my brother's house and drive it all down. And I got some friends with me that are, one of my guys, he doesn't even collect Mythic Legions, but he comes to support and hang out. So it's awesome. And Washington's far, but it's totally worth the trip.
Excellent. Well, guys, thank you both very much for joining us.
Thank you.
YOTV.
It also wouldn't be a house sale event if we didn't bring tomato pie. So I want to thank Mark for coming up and bringing the tomato pie. We got two big boxes of it back there. So make sure you guys get it and eat.
Make sure I get this.
Mark, go grab it. Go grab a piece, Eric, right now.
This is legendary.
Yeah.
I've heard about this and never had it. So
Put aside some for both of us.
Yeah.
Mark, bring up some pieces.
You got to put them aside because we can't eat it on camera.
No cheese, no fun.
Okay, so let's bring this down. So the next group that we're going to bring up, we got food being brought right up to us. I guess we will eat on camera.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You know, when you put up an image, I'll eat.
Yeah. That's true. I'll just bring down the. So the next reveal that we're going to bring up, we have a trio of guests that we're going to bring up for this. One of the coolest things to come out of Legions Con 2022 is the Euro Legions podcast. So these three guys met at Legions Con last year. They formed an incredible bond, and they went back and they decided that they wanted to start doing their podcast. How many people in here listen to the Euro Legions podcast? Absolutely love it. I want to bring these three guys up. John, Mal, and Richard, please come on up. Two of you get to go on this side. Rich, I guess you get to come over here. Have a seat, buddy. You gotta get nice and close to me.
That's fine. I can cuddle up.
We're good now. You produce from the side.
So I knew I wanted to have the three of you on here. By the way, it's amazing that story that you guys met last year. We're going to talk more about that, but we'll do the reveal first because I know that's what everyone wants to see. People love you, but they want to see the toys, right?
That's fair enough.
It was tough for me to decide what to bring you up for. Rich, you've had an ongoing joke where when people come on the show, you ask them what their favorite faction is, and most people say
the House of the Noble Bear.
that is very popular.
They let themselves down every time.
And you have said that that's not your favorite faction.
Yes.
You also said, though, that you would like it if there was more of like a Viking type character.
Yes.
And then we drop it right out of the gate.
That helped a lot.
That helped a lot.
And then those dwarfs.
So are we doing okay so
doing
far?
Very well so far.
Okay, but I do know that you also like the Sons of the Red Star.
Yes.
You like the creatures. You like the characters that are just weird.
Yeah.
I've really found that. Mal, you're a huge Cosmic Legions fan.
Yeah.
You love all of those different type characters that could probably go between both. And John, you are doing a ton of customizing and painting. So pieces with lots of new parts. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We had a reveal that I was like, this touches on all of what they like. This is something I could see all of them enjoying. So what I'm going to do is let me bring this right back up here. The next reveal for the Mythic Legions Rising Suns wave is Deatara. Deatara. Say it right.
Oh.
So you're looking at it and you probably don't know what you're seeing because this is a very unique type figure. So this is a brand new race in the universe of Mythos, the realm of Mythos, called a Skorian. Let's look at this character a little bit. And Eric, I love the fact that he put it behind the dwarves. He's just like...
Well, they're so short, you can still see it.
He's not going to remove him. He's just going to be like, I'm just going to leave him on the table for the duration.
They just don't go away, you know.
Typical dwarves are just like, nope, I've made my presence known. Eric, talk to us a little bit about this particular character as we run through the images here.
Well, once again, this is a good thing to sound like a broken record on, but top to bottom, new. This is we just looked at the update of the 2.0 female again, another long overdue addition to the line. This is a fully updated 2.0 male build.
It's 2.0. Good.
One of your favorites.
We've got, I mean, there's a lot here. One of the elements that is very exciting for us at the studio to have added to this are the fabric arms and legs. This has been a huge, there was a huge addition when we added that with Bardrick and Valak and Krotos in the Alithia wave. So now to have access to these parts at a 2.0 level is just going to, I mean, it's going to pay off in such major ways. Like the 2.0 female, you know, they've got the mid diaphragm cut. The males do as well. So again, removable chest plate, removable stomach plate, interchangeable, new pauldrons, new head, new hands, new belt, new skirting, new feet. You're seeing once again that mid calf cut with the that kind of more, I don't know, I call it like pirate boot, like that flat over leather boot. Nice new little piece of soft goods on the loincloth. And there's we'll show more here as we do the turns, but I also, as Jeremy mentioned, this is this is another new race within Mythos, which that's always really exciting for us to add to the mix. It's good to go back to the kind of the classics like the Shadow Elf, but at the same time adding something new to the line as well. And then if you look at this image, we made a second torch type piece that actually can attach to the weapons, so that you can get alternate looks for the spears. Plus, it's just cool to have a green flame. And then you can also see there's a new short sword and scabbard there as well. So with, again, that running theme of being able to sheathe the weapons on the figure. And probably the biggest thing you're seeing here is that there is a second head with an exposed face. And if you'll notice, the I guess face shield piece, nose plate is different on the two figures, and those are interchangeable pieces. So even with just the two heads, there's multiple looks that you can get out of those two heads with those two armor plate pieces.
We'll show that in a moment. We've got shots of the different heads. This is the main look for the character. And here are the four different looks. So you can see just by combining, the different pieces, you get a variety of different looks there.
Yeah,
four different looks right there. And
cool.
One of the cool reasons that we have that is this particular character, Dees, is a named character, but he's also part of a larger group. So let's read this bio here. Dees Patar is a standard figure at $37. He is an assassin and a Skorian. The favorite son from a nest of Skorian assassins, Dees Patar is one of the most ambitious killers in the Sons of the Red Star. Dees has made a name for himself through some of the boldest, and others would say most reckless, assassinations in recent memory. Through his success, Dees has made it known to all that his goal is to supplant Grisha the Slitherer as Scapular's favorite killer within the Sons and make his Skorian brethren a key part of the faction's chain of power. These claims have brought the Skorian to the attention of the Slitherer, setting up a conflict between two of the realm's deadliest assassins. What do you think of Dees Patar? So I love the fact, Eric, that in this one figure, we're giving you, a variety of looks. Obviously you can mix and match even parts beyond this, but even just, with those different configurations of the faceplate and everything, I love that you can create a little group of these characters.
Yes. Well, that's one of the elements of Sons of the Red Star. As if we look at the bigger picture of what we've done with Mythic so far, it's kind of an underserved faction. Like they just haven't been as many characters. So to be able to add essentially a troop builder type character to this, and fill out the ranks, like these are like the stormtroopers for the Sons. It just, aside from the fact that it's an interesting, cool new named character, I like the fact that for people who are taking photos or setting up dios, it allows to set that scene a little bit more.
Troop building. Wow. I think I might have a new favorite Mythic Legion figure.
I almost wanted, because when you get to come up for a reveal, there's an attachment to it right there.
Yeah.
So there was part of me that genuinely did want to bring you up for the most nakedest barbarian we possibly could to see if I could convert you. But this particular figure just felt like it would speak to all three of you. As I said at the beginning, the builder, the weird character. You've mentioned many times that, I want a snake character. I want a lizard character. You didn't get either of that, but I feel like this fits that same kind of vibe.
This is amazing. It's the whole, it's the face is incredible. It's got the sort of Middle Eastern type influence as well, which Mal, I think, talked about it on our podcast. And it's just incredible. Wow.
Yeah, and I love the cloth pieces for 2.0 now. That's a game changer.
Yeah, those upper arms. Well, that's why I mentioned,
Yeah.
As someone that customizes and appreciates the figures for what they are, but also the component pieces, having those bare upper arms and the fabric upper arms and legs, that's huge.
Absolutely.
And Mal, big Cosmic fan. I know you're loving Cosmic.
Yeah.
This character, just like in the Ox Crew wave, a lot of people said that the Thraxian could very easily bounce between Mythic and Cosmic. Doesn't this feel like it has that same
definitely.
vibe?
I mean, there's been a few pieces in all these figures that I'm like, you could move that over to Cosmic. You could use that in Cosmic as well. So like you say, doesn't take much to fit this into Cosmic at all, does it? So.
No. And you know what? So when you buy this and you have to decide, do I put it with Mythic or Cosmic? You know what the answer is?
Buy two of them.
Buy two of them, put them with both.
Buy two, buy 10.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
That's what the sales director needs to hear.
yeah. As soon as this came up, I could hear my wallet sobbing in my pocket.
Now it's on your shirt,
That's awesome.
And I like the color scheme. It's kind of, we have red in our logo, we have blue in the logo, so a bit of gold.
I love the
It's
tail.
working
too.
on that level even.
Yeah, the tails.
Tail's fabulous.
Yeah.
So, Eric, we did a tail recently, a scorpion leg tail, but this one looks kind of different.
Yes. So the intention was that this was going to reuse Umbira's tail. And I went in and did this entire piece. And in prototype form, the Umbira tail originally was cut in a certain point. And then when we got to prototyping it, I didn't realize that was changed, or maybe I actually probably forgot, but that it was changed in production and the cut was in a different spot. So we will be retooling the scorpion tail. But the good news is it's going to be moving forward, it will be a more interchangeable modular type piece. So even though it's it's a little additional for us now, it's something that's going to pay off nicely moving forward.
Yeah.
But it was having that tail on there was just too cool not to keep. So
this character feels very Red Stars to me.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we talked about in initial discussions about the Sons of the Red Star is they not only do they have anything can be in this group because of the kind of faction, but at the same time, the kinds of cultural touch points that you're drawing on. Obviously, this is very with House of the Noble Bear, a lot of the Nordic type pieces, a lot of cultural pieces that come in here really start to coalesce into what I feel is that Sons of the Red Star look.
Yes. I mean, much like Noble Bear, we've kind of had these disparate looks and figures like over the line for Sons of the Red Star. Between Scapular and Grisha, there was a bit of a unifying type element in looks. So, I mean, we've always known what, when we got the chance to really go in and define Sons of the Red Star, what it was going to look like. And so there's kind of a unified, not unified look to them because it's a very eclectic group. So, we pulled just enough together to where these characters will read as Sons of the Red Star. But even from a story element, you mentioned pulling from some different cultures for the inspiration of the looks of these characters. It's very intentional. It's very story driven. It's very geographically driven as far as the map of Mythos. So that's something we plan to explore further as the line progresses. So this is just like a little taste.
Now, one of the things I love about this photo from Trevor is if you look in that archway, what do you see in there? You see that red star.
Yeah.
And we recently dropped a prequel story to this wave that someone the other day said to me, Jeremy, I got to tell you, I loved your writing on that, but the Euro Legions guys read it so much better than you did. They're 3 times the man I am. Of course they read it better. I would be remiss if I did not go back to this slide. And Mal,
Okay.
right?
The favourite son from a nest of Skorian assassins, Deatara is one of the most ambitious killers in the Sons of the Red Star. Deatara has made a name for himself through some of the boldest, and others would say most reckless assassinations in memory. Through his success, Deatara has made it known to all that his goal is to supplant Grisha the Slitherer as Scapula's favourite killer within the Sons and make his Skorian brethren a key part of the faction's chain of power. These claims have brought the Skorian to the attention of Slitherer, setting up a conflict between 2 of the realm's deadliest assassins.
So, just so everyone knows, I asked these 3 to be on camera today. I didn't tell Mal that he was going to read something. I didn't give it to him in advance. I gave him a character with a really hard to pronounce name. Absolutely wonderful, guys. You have done such a great job with that podcast.
Thank you.
Are you having a blast doing that? It seems like so much fun.
It's a lot of fun. It's something every week that you just look forward to. Anyone's come. I mean, the last 6 weeks when we had guests in the run up to LegionsCon, it was on the weekends. Usually before that, we do it with just the 3 of us in midweek, usually Tuesday or Wednesday night. And it's just something that we can kind of really look forward to. We have a little structure around it, but you never know what's going to pop up in a given week from, you guys pop something on social media and then it's like, oh, we need to change plans here, guys. We have those episodes where, you can do the lore or, talk about a faction, but, you drop a teaser or something early in the week, then we maybe have to change plan a bit or change tack. And then just getting to talk to all the people in the last 6 weeks, people that we met here last year and maybe somehow got to know them a little bit, but then this is just making further connection for us. And then you get to see them then in person again now. And now you feel like, okay, I'm starting to know people properly now, to the point where you can kind of just pick up the conversation with them. The small talk is getting less and less. It's more just real talk.
Well, it's fun too, listening to the evolution of the show. I was joking about your noble bear.
Yeah.
You start to get on like running themes and jokes and stories, and your personalities start to come off. Like when you started the show, the podcast, I imagine that you weren't the guy that reads everything. That just kind of has come out
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the most forthright person, and a performer particularly. I mean, this is a lot, you know, in terms of that. It's different when we sat with just the microphone. there
Sure,
in front
you
of your
did
face, and,
absolutely wonderful.
and of course, John can cut out when I stumble over
Yeah.
words and things with it being a podcast. So,
Yeah. 3 hours 40 minutes reading, 3 hours.
Or any episode we do where we pick favorite characters and Mal goes, well, I like this one and this one and this one. We have to edit it down.
Like, that was,
Professionals fancy.
that was too much. Guys, thank you very much for joining. Are you looking forward to Legions Con this weekend?
Really
Absolutely.
yeah.
You got to come to intern yesterday as a +1.
Had a fabulous time. Yeah, David Williams very kindly invited
Yeah.
me. So yeah, incredible.
We're gonna have to get you guys over for next year. We're gonna have to get
that's
you
our-
over for
that's our
intern.
plan. Yeah, I mean, obviously with the lottery, there's no guarantee, and then you book your, you probably have to book your flight before the lottery.
Mhm.
But I think next year I'm just going to go for it and take a chance. You never know.
Excellent.
I think if we both go for it, one of us comes out with the draw, the other one is the plus.
There you go. But what if he wins? If he wins, does he have to like give it to you?
No,
you
he
have to give it to them?
hands Mal his passport, and me and Mal.
It's all right. If I win, I will sell you the ticket for no more than double the price.
That's on brand for you. That's on brand for you.
I will tell you that if any of you win the lottery next year, all three of you get to come because I for one could not imagine separating the three of you.
Just don't want to be stuck with Rich and his own.
You have been such a wonderful addition to the Legions community. Your Legions, where can people who may not be listening to it, where can they find out
So
more
it's
about
on
this?
All good podcast players, any podcast player you have on your phone, it'll be there.
Yep.
Instagram, the Your Legions podcast, that's probably the best place. There's also a link tree there on the page.
Yeah.
We have a Facebook page as well, but we post in the Cabal every week or episode. So
Excellent.
yeah, and table 52 at this weekend.
Yeah,
There
you'll
you
be
go.
here.
We'll be there
A lot of stuff.
with lots of stuff to say.
Thank you all very, very much for joining us.
Awesome.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Thank you.
Whew. So we're 4 in. 4 in so far. We've revealed 2 members of the House of the Noble Bear, 2 members of the Sons of the Red Star. Let me hear it from the room. How do you think we're doing so far on the Rising Sun Club? Excellent. So this next reveal, we are going to bring out actually the man behind the curtain. The guy who's been bringing out all the prototypes is going to bring out this next set. Joe, you want to bring out the next group?
Yay, Joe.
That's okay.
How's it going? Well, how are you doing? Pretty good.
So one of the things that we love to do with these new figures, you're seeing a number of new additions to the Legion's armory. We want to be able to also provide those parts as weapons packs with some different paint decos on them. So you see all those wonderful new dwarf parts, those dwarf weapons. If you want to outfit some of your previous dwarves, we want you to be able to do that. Now, Joe, you're up here because these are some ones that you painted, right?
Yes, I was able to work on both sets and pretty much give them carte blanche over what makes sense that would go with the most amount of figures, both in this wave and previous waves and stuff that we know is going to come out later on. And weapon sets are a great way to kind of boost like a Legion builder that may have a kind of bland loadout, especially older figures. You put new parts on it, makes them a little more distinctive amongst the collection. And I just try to keep a lot of the color schemes used in these, where right off the bat, this is like a copper and a gunmetal on the shield. So this would go with both our shadow.
Let's bring up the photos here.
Sure.
Let's bring up
There
the
you
photos. Show that. So we've got the dwarf weapons pack 2 because we actually had a dwarf weapons pack previously.
Yeah.
And Eric, what we're seeing here is again a number of the pieces that came with that that dwarf 2-pack that we did, but presented in those different colors. So Joe, you were mentioning with that shield, what was your like thought process with that shield? I know you painted it for certain combinations.
Right. Yeah. So this would look good with a Halmir. It would look good with a Cavern Dwarf, a Bronze Dwarf, any combination of those. So you just expect to see these colors together on any one of those characters. So right off the bat, there's 4 different figures that you could use this on. It looks like it came with it. But also, it's generic enough colors where you can put it with something else, and it doesn't necessarily stick out. It just makes sense.
Okay, we've also got that drinking horn. That I love this because even though that kind of pattern is on the other one, because it was painted darker, it's actually tougher to see in the other photos. But you can really see that, and that's like I'm looking at it right here. That's like the same kind of pattern that we see here. I love that connection.
Right. So yeah, of course, you're going to do another version of something, make it a little bit different. So I try to go with more, a different type of horn and try to bring out more of the detail and the carving there. So it looks like it's completely different from the other one. It'll work with a lot of characters with the generic colors.
Now, copy this. I'm posting this to social media so you can follow along. In addition to the dwarf weapons pack, we're also releasing a barbarian weapons pack. And this set actually has a couple pieces that we haven't seen yet that we're debuting right now for you to see here. So we've got this battle axe. Diego was actually talking about the double-sided hand axe, and we see that style here as well. A new sword. We saw that shield painted differently with Broddr, but is that middle piece swappable with that other emblem?
Yep. Yeah, that's just one of those things that happened, during the process. It wasn't the original intention. But as we started, we printed it out and looked at it, decided why not put a modular piece here so that we can, the shield it's a fairly basic shield. So there's just by putting different paint applications and patterns and things, it's already a really versatile piece. But if we can switch out the boss on this in the center, what you're seeing there, that bear head is the interchangeable boss for this shield. So, automatically it just opens up an entire world of possibilities with this. And that was a cool piece to do because it was, we've done faction shields up to this point, and we'll continue to do so until we round out the factions. But this was another way to do, a more subtle faction shield. But and rather than matching the style of the faction symbol here, it's a more Norse-inspired bear head on here. So yeah, it was just much like I mentioned with the handles on the axes earlier. We just want to encourage that swapping and just getting as much out of each of these individual pieces as possible.
And we've got the Gladius sword with a scabbard as well.
Yep.
Is that the same scabbard that comes with the Dwarven sword as well?
Yes. So that's
interchangeable.
Yeah, it's interchangeable. The battle axe, the large battle axe, that's fits the same handle as the 2 weapons in the dwarf pack. So, again, there's some great swapping possibilities there. One object here that I guess there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
That
the balls.
Yes. So these little ornaments that because one of the things that we're using a lot of, like when you look at the scabbard, the sheath, we're using these little metal rings that are attaching to the belts and things. So we like that because it's something that can be customized and removed, or you could switch it out and add a chain or something like that. But it also allows the weapons or scabbards to hang with a more natural look and not be forced in a certain direction by putting it through a loop or something like that. We're picking and choosing where that goes. And so we're doing the same thing on these little ornament pieces, which those hanging off of a belt look cool. They look like some sort of a relic or treasure or something like that. But what they are is that it's actually the ball joint that is on a neck. And so this allows us to put like heads or skulls or something like that to pop onto these, so they become ornaments that can be, you know, hung off of a weapon or a belt, or, you know, possibly one of the this is going way back, but the standards all the way back from the beginning. But, you know, that a chain could go through that. You could pop a skull like from the Necronominus wave on it, and, you know, make some sort of like a necklace to put on a character. Like that might look really good on an ogre. So it's a weird little accessory piece, but we do think it's something that's just going to have some nice applications.
And it's cool to include it in something like this, because this is all about giving, you know, customizers and just toy collectors the ability to mix and match these pieces. So seeing how they're going to apply that is really cool.
Yeah.
So each of these weapons packs, they are sold separately. There's two different ones. There's the dwarf weapons pack and there's the barbarian weapons pack. You get everything that you see in theirs. Those are going to be $20 each. That's a lot of, I mean, that's a lot of cool value for $20.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, you know, the prices that we've, you know, been doing at some in the past, you know, much like with the figures, for, you know, a similar price that we've done before, we're just trying to, you know, pack as many weapons into that pack and you know, put, you know, they're fully painted, full, you know, full paint applications. So it, you know, it doesn't even have the look of like a builder type item. It's a fully realized piece.
And one thing I'd like to point out is the flame in the torch is removable. So if you wanted to take her flame and put it in this one, they're interchangeable.
And that's cool too, because that's the third flame color that we're presenting in this wave. We've got the orangish reddish one with the 2-pack, the blue one here, and the green one with Dees.
Yeah, so all together, you can swap them out.
Yep.
Did we also, yeah, I'd like to point this kind of stuff out. This is removable. So you can put this on an older style mace handle. At least that's the plan. And this is the newer style mace handle that we've seen with the newer knights from Necronominus. But this is one that you'd expect to see like on a wall in a castle or a dungeon. So it has that aesthetic. And this one, you know, you're going on a journey through the wild. This is the one that you have on you. So very distinctive looks.
I love those.
Yeah. And just to, you know, Joe did a phenomenal job on these. He was the perfect guy to have do this. Like, it's like the way the studio has come together. It's just amazing with everybody we've got in there. Everybody brings something different, a different perspective. And so Joe knows the line in a way that's different than the way I know the line. And so, like, it's amazing to me, like, when, like he mentioned, like with the shield, like being able to come in and, you know, say, you know, this matches Helmir, this matches the Cavern Dwarf, you know, like it's just, it's like, you know, he said, I gave him carte blanche on this, which is, you know, that's liberating for me, you know, like and that's the way it is with everybody in the studio. Like, you know, there's like we put a, you know, kind of give a general idea of what needs to be done. And then everybody is so great at what they do that they take it and just go. And then, you know, I have the you know, the impossible task of coming back into the office a couple days later and giving a thumbs up and then, you know, going about my business. So, thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's incredible how many times we need something, and the answer is, okay, we got to find Joe. We got to find Joe.
Don't find a part, find me.
Joe, I got to tell you,
it's because my office is a mess. That's the trick.
No, but I mean, this entire weekend, from intern to what we're doing here for Gcon to what we're going to set up for Legions Con, you know, we've talked many times on our shows about our journeys to the studio and what we do.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely incredible to be able to work with you on this type of stuff. And it makes me so excited when I get to see you kind of flex that creative side as well and get to paint things like this and add them into the line. So these look wonderful.
Yeah, it's super fun to do too. And Just like I like to put the thought into it, not just okay, make it look cool. It's not good enough. It's gotta work. It has to fit the aesthetic. So putting all that thought into it is a lot of fun for me.
Well,
it's the kind of homework I really enjoy.
It's got what's hard for this though, like with a weapons pack is it's got to be different than what we're doing in the other figures.
Right.
So it's almost like solving a problem and then saying, okay, Joe, here's the problem, here's the solution, solve it differently.
Right.
You know, the fact that there's those first versions that you can look at, but you can't be influenced by, you got to do something different and to still be able to come up with something that all these parts looks like that's how they belong. It's very, very cool.
Yeah. Well, that's what I would do. I would look at what Cameron would do, what Sherry would do, what Bill would do, and have it in front of me. And I'd be like, okay, don't do that, but make it look as good as theirs, which is hard. And make it work with everything else.
Yeah.
So really, like it's a fun little puzzle to have to solve.
It is. Joe, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Joe.
We're going to send you to he's not going away. He's just reverting back to what he's been doing for the rest of his time here today. So for the next reveal, we're going to bring up a couple different members of the studio. This one's going to be packed. We've got a lot coming up right now. So we're going to bring up Mr. Nate March. We are going to bring up Cameron. And just because I loved seeing them together last year at Intern when they got to do a reveal together, we're going to bring up Walter the Madman. So we'll talk about some stuff. Walt, we know this is a big weekend for you. We've got the Walter the Mad figure that's coming out on Sunday.
Thank you.
But first things first, let's reveal this character. Now, this is a character that I think a lot of people expected to see in this wave. We teased this particular character a number of years ago on some packaging. We get to see him fully realize here. How do we say it? Regarion. I would love to point out that Richard Jones is glowing right now. Another Noble Bear release that he's glowing at. So this is an ogre scale Minotaur. Eric, talk us through this particular character.
This one's fun to finally bring out after all these years. This head has been tooled since the original Kurzog. Like when we did that figure, it had that as a Hazar head was done at the same time. The Cyclops head was done at the same time.
The Sobolus.
The Sobolus was done. Yeah, so like we did a batch of heads way back then, and this is the one that we knew when we wanted to release it, but it's been painful to have this piece sitting around for this long, particularly for me, because I've said before I would put a Minotaur into every line given the choice.
Okay.
And just I'll go through like just kind of the technical stuff first. He's got, so they're not full lower legs. On our current ogre lower leg, the knee is tooled separately, so it's a new knee insert, new skirting, which is very different from anything that we've done on the ogres before. We've talked about belts. He's another one with a belt, so new ogre scale belt, new harness that has a I don't know if it's going to be removal or not, but it's a separate chest plate. So we'll be able to switch out chest plates on the ogre harness moving forward when when it makes sense. We were able to bring back the hammer head from that Nate design for the Noble Barch weapon set. Brought a new handle to the ogre scale weapons here. It's a kind of a more sturdy looking handle. Just again to spice up the parts library, and he's it's a Minotaur, so it's a big Minotaur this time. So I'm excited about it.
So we brought this group up specifically because I mentioned, Nate, that we teased this a while ago. So you had kind of seen, like Eric had shown you kind of a build, with that head and stuff, and you painted that into the Siege at Bjorngar, like the ogre scale boxes, as part of that kind of noble bear, attacking type photo there.
Yes, we did.
How cool is it now to see this fully revealed here, and knowing that we're going to talk to Cameron in a moment, that some of, while you were painting this, you had that box art up.
That is really cool, because I remember was it the first Gcon when we first saw this, or was it the second Gcon? I can't remember.
It might have been the first.
It may have been the first.
It would have been, because I went to the intern right before the first Gcon, and I saw the unpainted heads of all those ogres.
Got it. Yeah, because it had to be, because the horse stuff. I'm remembering what the parts were in the resin cast bins and what everybody was cleaning up, and it was horse heads, and it was this, and in fact, it's his fault that we got Equidron,
and your fault,
and my fault, because we were joking around. It's like, you could literally make you're horsemen, but you could make a horseman, and you grab the horse head, pop that off, put it on, and boom, there was Equidron.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how that happened. I also remember it's exciting for me to see him like this, because first of all, today's the first day I'm seeing him. And I remember talking with Eric back then at that Gcon of color schemes and that kind of thing. And so I painted it the way I painted it because of the conversations we had at the studio. And I thought, well, that I know what type of bovine that is, so let's lean into it and go with that orange hair, and that's what I put on the box. That's how that happened. So it's exciting and humbling and awesome for me to just see it fully realized as a figure. I couldn't be happier.
So you use that box to kind of your guide to put this together, but there's a lot on that box that's not represented here. So this really feels like a mix of having to represent what we've already shown and fill in all the gaps with what's not there.
Yeah, this was a unique challenge. Usually when I'm painting something, I'll get a color reference from Eric, and it'll be a nice digital render with colors on the front. It'll have a turnaround. I'll be able to see the back. And if there's any question, we'll discuss things and come up with something that, clarifies what we want here or there. In this case, I was just handed a package. One of the ogres, here, use this. It's like, oh, great. There's a picture of half a Minotaur on the back. So being able to start with Nate's art and the color palette he used gave me a good idea of where to go. But if you look at that package, you can only really see this character about from the chest up. Yep. So I had to, fill in a lot of blanks. And
I was lazy. I didn't want to paint the whole thing.
So I got to fill in a lot of blanks and kind of come up with a color scheme that complemented what Nate had already, put down. But a lot of it, like if you look at his eyes, they're blue because in the original art they put bright blue eyes on the we didn't know what to call them in the studio. We don't get the names until today, really. Yeah. So for me, this was just the cowboy. So that's how I refer to it. But as I was painting, I refer back to that box and again just make up stuff for what I couldn't see.
The cowboy.
The cowboy.
I wish I would have known that. We could have worked that into his nickname.
And this one is, much like I was mentioning with Joe with the weapon pack. It speaks a lot to just how much trust that we have within the studio, because in both Nate and Cameron's case here, they were both they just both ran with very little direction and just did their thing. And then you see the result here. So it's just very cool to be able to to work with such great people that are able to just take the idea and work their magic on it. And then it's it really is fun to come in a couple days later and then see the progress. Again, I think I said it yesterday in some of the sessions, I don't like a lot of the stuff, I don't get the reveal the way that other people get the reveal. So like any little bit of reveal that I can get along the way, is exciting.
Yeah.
So it was this is a great example of just what everybody working together can come up with.
So this photo here, it shows those two skulls, because that accessory that we were just showing, those two belt attachments that the skulls can attach to, those are actually used on his belt here.
Yes.
So this is seeing those practical.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows what that can do, and it's it filled a need, because here I really wanted to have some sort of cool ornamentation on there that it really kind of amplifies his scale, just what a massive creature he is, and also just it kind of speaks to the the harsh nature of Bjorngar, and so it that those two little accessories allowed us to do something with these skulls that we just couldn't have done otherwise. And it's just a simple little piece that it just adds so much versatility.
I think those are the skulls from the Chimera from Belualith.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So I made sure I painted those in what we established are Necronomimus as the standard bone color. So you should be able to put those on anything else that's a skeleton in that standard color and have them fit right in.
Excellent.
With other stuff.
Yeah,
that's great.
So let's read the bio here, and then Walter, we're going to talk to you about your impressions of this character. So Regarion is an ogre scale figure. He is going to come in at $60. He is a survivalist, and his race is a Minotaur. Northland's Minotaurs are some of the hardiest members of the Cloven race, in part due to the extreme climates they make their homes in. Attacked and cornered by poachers, Regarion was rescued by Atlas the Conqueror. Once a prisoner himself who was forced to fight for the amusement of others, Atlas refused to let another fall to that fate. Fighting beside each other, a lifelong friendship and alliance was formed. While the strength of Regarion is a boon to Atlas's army, it is his keen survival instincts amidst the unforgiving goals of Bjorngar which have made him such a valuable member of the House of the Noble Bear. So what do you all think of Regarion? So, Walter, this is not a troll scale figure, which we know you have a deep affinity for the trolls, but I know you like the big, chunky guys. This felt like one that would be up your alley.
I'm a fan of the larger figures, the trolls. I mean, I've got a few. I actually have quite a big set of army of ogre scale figures. It's just one of my favorites. It just brings me back to being like a kid and getting He-Man in your hand and having that big, chunky, big piece of plastic, big muscular, overblown character. And then this is down my alley. I'm with you. Like, if you want to make more Minotaurs like this, we don't need that many dwarves, but we need more big ogres.
Fighting words.
Oh, I bring it, whatever. So I got plenty of bigger.
Minotaur.
Yeah,
I heard size matters.
Yeah, size matters. But this is amazing. I remember talking to Nate about this and his box art, and and people calling it the yak guy, and the cowboy guy was pretty clever. But I've asked Nate about stuff like this for I swear for years, and he would just kind of vaguely talk about it and be like, yeah, we're thinking about doing it, and it'll this and that, but it's amazing to finally see it in person, and like you see it for the first time in hand, the colors on it, the huge hulking armor that it has, the everything. I'm a loss for words. So it's like, this is one I was very fortunate to be with you guys and work with you and see it backstage, and like I was drawn to this immediately. Like I see everything else and I love it, but this is my my thing right here. This is amazing. So I can't wait to like just start smashing guys and yeah.
Well, he is very cool, but he is no Walter the Mad.
No, yeah.
So you're going to have a pretty busy weekend, especially on Sunday, with the release here at Legions Con of the first ever Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions crossover set.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Super excited to be able to get that out and to actually get one.
Man, if you're trying to get me to cry on camera again, I'm not going to do
We've
it.
been there.
Prepared. I've been working on it for the last couple of days and running into all the friends and family and all you guys that come up to me and congratulate me and everything. And, like I don't want to start crying on camera already, but it was genuinely excited to see many people come walking up, and the first thing they say is congratulations and so happy to see you, and I can't wait to get your figure, and all those stories, and even from the Horsemen and you, Jeremy, and everybody else, Cameron and my friend here, Nate. Just it's amazing. It's genuinely it's an honor. Yeah.
Well, you talk about family. This is a special trip for you. You also have been with us as part of every single Legions Con.
Yes.
But you've got your family in tow. So this is their first time enjoying the Legions experience.
And it's so ironic. My wife showed up and grabbed my son to go run off to go get him something to eat right when I popped up on there. And so, but no, my son's been enjoying it. He's ready to work. I think he's got a contract with Joe for Legions Con. He's employed now by him. So don't bother him. He's working. My wife is just amazed. She's just amazed by the whole experience. She also has been very grateful and just kind of blown away by how many people know her and want to talk to her and say hello and congratulate us. And that kind of blows me away too, because she's not on camera. She's never been to an event. She's never met anybody. And I said I'm not going to cry, man, but it's amazing,
So Cameron, you mentioned the process at the studio, this stuff coming through. I mean, it's an interesting scenario. I always feel when I see like both you and Sherry painting, because it feels like it's equal parts creative, having to figure out how to do this, but also getting it done on a really tight timeline. Got to get this to Trevor, got to get this out. So it never fails to amaze me how incredible these things look and how you can get through them as quickly as you guys can. It's phenomenal.
Thanks. It's it's a challenge for sure, but it's a great challenge to have. I'll take the challenge at this job every day and twice on Sunday. No problem.
And I was talking to someone yesterday, David Williams, who's here in the crowd. We're going to bring up after. He was at Intern yesterday, and David's a customizer and a painter, and he walked out of the paint session with you like starry-eyed, and he was like, I just learned so much in there, that some of the techniques, some of the tricks he was talking about, I can't wait to get back and try some of those. Like, he was genuinely excited about some of that. I've heard Joe tell me the same thing when the leather that he painted on the Xylernian Guard, and I said, that is incredible, and he said, that's all Cameron giving me tips and stuff. So you are a mentor. You're giving that out there and putting out these things.
And can I say too, the amount of people that came up to me to tell me about you guys, from the community and Intern, meeting Jeremy for the first time, to sit at your all your guys' intern displays, and they were, so many people were a loss of words and blown away, and how you guys make it look so easy. And I have to explain to them, I said, this is years of experience. This is what they do. And they're amazed, and it's genuine. We're like, I felt for them to give to you guys, and I told you guys in private, but you know, to tell it publicly, to have everybody come up and say, Walter, that was, I loved Cameron's thing. I love Trevor's. I love this. And they were just genuinely just speechless. And coming from the community part of it, they were just amazed and telling me. And I said, make sure you tell them too. They're nice guys. You can come up, walk up and tell them the same thing. They'll be appreciative of it. But genuinely, they were just amazed of what you guys do. I wish everybody was up here all at once to tell you this from the community, like the voice of the community to you guys. What you guys do, just look at I mean, they're just sitting here staring at us. It's like smiling and just dumbfounded by it and excited to see this. And it's just a special thing to let us come in and interrupt your day of work before all this stuff goes on, you know, and watch everybody just be smiling and happy about it. So
Nate, you have some cool stuff at Legions Con this weekend. You've got some prints. You've got some canvas prints, some very limited edition type stuff.
I got the thumbs up from Jesse. Yes, I have canvas prints here.
I didn't know that was maybe not going to happen, so I'm happy that I lined you up for that.
Totally. I put a sign out it better. Yeah, it happened.
And we've got some cool stuff. I don't know if everyone realized it, but at the start of today's presentation, when we did the video, the part where it says the Dark Four have risen, that was the Poxus art that we used, because that is the most recent art that shows 3 of the Dark Four fully revealed. So that's making a bit of a debut here this weekend as well.
Yeah, unintentionally, but that's how it rolled out, and that's how it happened.
Excellent.
It's really cool.
So I'm going to let the 3 of you off camera for right now. We're going to bring up some other guests, but thank you all very much for joining us today, and thank you for being a part of this Mythic weekend.
Thank you so much.
So the next 3 guests that I'm going to bring up, I'm going to ask, I just mentioned his name, David Williams. David, would you like to come on up, please? I'm also going to bring up Mr. Travis Bowles. Yeah, right in, man, next to me. And I need someone to help control him. Nate Strong, you want to come up here? You know what you're getting into with him, so
100%, but the last thing I want to do is control him. That's no fun.
All right, so like we've done for these other reveals, we'll talk to you all in a few minutes about what's going on. But first things first, let's see this latest character. So again, when we plan out who's going to come up and be a part of that, we try to pick people that we think will enjoy this for one reason or another. This was an easy one because I think this one is going to touch on. I think a lot of people are going to dig this cool character. So without any further ado, let's bring him up. This is the next reveal in the Mythic Legions Rising Suns wave. This is Yoshanai Kari. So we're seeing, he's bringing it out, yeah. So this is a figure that uses some parts that may look a little familiar, but presented in a really cool new way. Eric, talk to us a bit about Yoshanai.
Yeah, this one's got a little bit almost like the flip side of what we've been talking about so much here, is that everything up to this point is so heavy on the new tooling, as was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, when we released that character. And so we're getting to the point where we're introducing this new tooling so rapidly that, sometimes we forget to get a second use out of it. And the armor for the design and just the style of armor is so cool. Like, to use it once and not officially bring it into Mythic Legions, just be, I think, criminal not to do it. So we wanted to find a way to reinterpret the look of the armor and integrate it into a new character, and Sons of the Red Star was absolutely the spot to do it. So we went with this very ancient Chinese armor inspired look for the head, but we wanted to, again, when we get to the bio, we'll talk a bit more about it, but add another new race to Mythic Legions, and doing it again through Sons of the Red Star. Some really cool, he's got similar soft goods to Monkey King, but like that sash piece, Joe actually came up with the way that draping of the sash piece, which ended up being such a cool addition to the look of this guy. Brand new head there. And he's got a few new weapons. He's got the similar sword to the Dees figure, but here doubled up, so he can be use some two-handed sword action. He's got another weapon coming up here. There we go. Along with the alternate head. So that Guandao weapon is just such an iconic Eastern weapon that we just like. That's such an exciting piece to add to the mix. It looks so different than anything that we've done up to this point. And it goes along with that armor and that Eastern inspired motif that we've got going on here, which is just, it's a new dimension for Mythic. So we're very excited to add this character to the mix.
So let's talk a little bit more about this character. Yoshani Kari is a standard figure at $37. He is a sword master, and you mentioned that he's a brand new race. He's a Yokonari. The Sons of the Red Star are comprised of the most skilled assassins in the realm, but not every job calls for stealth and cunning. This is when Yoshani Kari is summoned. The unyielding warrior is said to be a Yokonari, or the ghost of a demon. Yokonari do not sleep, eat, or have any other tangible needs. As such, it is a mystery how Scapular convinced the demon swordmaster to join his faction of mercenaries. Whatever he promised the Yokonari to gain his allegiance, it was a worthwhile expense. For Scapular delights in using his nightmarish henchmen to send a clear message to those who think to stand against the Sons of the Red Star. What do you think about this character, guys? This looked to me like something that you would tattoo on somebody.
Yeah, it really does. It's crazy to see that armor reused and not look familiar at all.
Yeah.
Just with the new paint, the new approach to it.
Yeah, I think the monkey armor, we talked about this. It's such a bright armor that just by kind of flipping that, it really transforms it.
Yeah. And it looks very Sons as well. Like it's just, again, we've used that black and red motif quite a bit, and that's kind of how we've represented Sons characters a lot when we weren't introducing new tooling.
Yep.
But here, with that very different looking armor than we've used in the Sons so far, it just all comes together in a really cool way. And even just, taking it away from Monkey a little bit further, we used a set of existing forearm bracers, which, that took the proportion of the arms back to a more humanoid look. We added the demon hands and feet. So things like that, helped to aid in that transformation as well. Obviously, he doesn't have a monkey tail, so that, that helps. But yeah, it's just a fun design, fun taking a different influence and going down that path.
In this particular one, those horns are in like a translucent plastic because they're like smoke that's like horns, right?
Yes, kind of like the like representing like those are like almost like the spirit of his former, living presence. It was just a way to convey that ghostly nature that a demon oftentimes, like the most important part of that design is the horn. So to take that and take it out of its solid form and make it more ethereal and ghostly, just of course it meets the prerequisite of it just looks cool, but then it does something more as far as telling the story of this character.
Travis,
you guys just never cease to amaze me. I mean,
we do it all for you,
right? Well, that's how I feel. Every wave it just keeps getting better, and like this, like when I first saw the picture, I thought orc, and then as soon as it gets out here, I'm like, oh wow, it's something totally new and exciting. It's amazing, and I can't wait. Can I have that one?
And one of the things I really dig about this particular character is the fact that the Sons of the Red Star, all mercenaries and killers and thieves and stuff. And I liked this idea of introducing another character. When you did this design, he didn't feel like he was the same as everybody else. So kind of making him the opposite. He's not meant to be stealthy. He's when someone's going to be intimidated, when someone's got to pay. This is the character they call in.
It's a fairly chilling bio, like just that idea of Scapular delighting and sending this guy out.
Yeah.
It's just I mean, like this. He's like this is like the horror movie guy, like from Sons. It's cool.
Now the look of this type of character, especially with those Eastern influences and everything. This is the type of thing that I imagine photographers are going to have a blast with.
I'm so pumped for that. But what you just said, I wanted to start too by giving a shout out to Malcolm, because he was one of the first people I had heard speculate that the Rising Suns might be a nod to the Eastern influence. So way to go on nailing that, Mel. But yeah, I mean, I can't wait to photograph something like this. I'm so pumped that we're getting, new additions to this faction finally, but not only that, just brand new, species. It's fantastic. Yeah. Can't wait to get in front of a camera. Many times.
Can't wait till we're at the point where you can put it in front of the camera. That means it's a toy and not a prototype.
Right on,
our favorite thing.
Yeah.
I mean, even to that point, looking at the shots that Trevor has captured here, and obviously the joke is that you and Trevor are interchangeable, but you're both very, very distinct. Your work is very, very distinct, and one of the things I love about both of your work is you are so supportive of each other. I mean, he's done an amazing job here, and as a photographer, do you see the type of stuff that he captures, and does that inspire you to kind of do your, like, okay, well, he solved that problem, how would I approach it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't compete. There's no way, and I wouldn't even think to anyways. He's been a mentor of sorts, and helped me so much with this stuff. But yeah, I just see this and I think, all right, well, I've got to do something completely different because I don't even want to be in this, playing this.
Well, I don't even know if it's competing. I mean, I've said for years, like Dennis Derby, who's around, been around this line since the beginning as a customizer, Eric Miller, customizers who it's not a competition. It's, everyone lifts each other up. Everyone appreciates each other. I'm not a photographer, but I really do feel like there's that same kind of vibe in what all the toy photography community does.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. It's very, very supportive. Yeah.
Just looking at the turns, it's just such a cool figure. So David, you are a big customizer as well.
Yes.
Looking at this type of stuff, I know that from my customer's perspective, even just getting some of those new parts, getting new colors of some of those pieces, that dark color, great base to paint on top of and everything, throughout this entire reveal special so far, you got to be excited about all the new pieces we're getting.
I'm really excited about all the new pieces, but I'm like Emil in the sense that I get I like to get them first.
Yeah.
Play with them, see how they work, and it takes a while before I start to compromise their original looks. But this guy in particular is a pretty special one.
Yeah, I really do like that. Now, Eric, that head is in that helmet. That's not a separate piece that comes out or something, but that's why we're doing the two different heads. So you've got the unhelmeted look.
Yeah, they both. When it first started coming up with this one, I was definitely thinking of it more with the helmet. But it just, when you see that and it's you're adding a new type of character, it just kind of begs like what's underneath that helmet. And then, with that idea of kind of the ghost demon, combination, there were just too many possibilities there just to only put one head with this figure.
So Travis, we'll talk a little bit about, this weekend in Legions Con. You guys got in last night. And when I got here, the lobby was just rocking. So I got here after you. So my question was that already happening, or did Michigan bring the party to Legions Con?
I don't know if it's just Michigan anymore. The Midwest is bringing a pretty fun group.
Yeah, the Midwest is represented pretty heavily here, right?
Yeah, I don't know if this hotel is quite ready for this community, though. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be a great time.
Everyone's excited. I've been here since Monday, and I had my sweatshirt on, my Sons of the Red Star sweatshirt. I'll point out, and it says Mythic Legions on it, and everyone I interacted with that saw it was like, "Oh, Legions, are you here for the big event that's happening?" So everyone seems pumped up. We'll ask them at the end of the weekend, but yeah, no, it's been great. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I feel like last night's festivities were bigger and grander than like last year for sure. There were more people out last night.
Yeah, and it's going to double.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that last night, Friday, tonight, and Saturday are the big nights. So because you guys, were you still awake when they kicked you guys out of the lobby?
Much from a certain point. So I was tired. It was a long drive. I don't think I got kicked out No, I did get kicked out last night. That's right. Yeah, we got moved. Yeah, we got moved down the hall. That's right. Yeah. That lobby's beautiful, but I'll tell you, this spot right here, it's going to be great too.
Yeah, because right outside here tonight is when we'll put up all the displays and everything. We'll put up the big ogre is going to be here and everything. And you were at Intern yesterday.
I was.
So you have a little insight. You know that there's some other surprises coming.
Yeah, and it's pretty exciting.
It's pretty cool. So all that stuff will be out there. We've been asking a number of people that have come up about Intern. Your first time at the studio, your first experience. What'd you think?
It was incredible. It was almost indescribable how much fun it was to be just in every session. It was unique to the artists that we were with. And I got something from every single one of them. It's awesome. And then, not to mention, just being able to hang out for a while.
Even just the lunch period, right?
Oh yeah,
just talking to everybody and stuff.
It was cool. Just be able to wander around the studio and check stuff out, and I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong, looking at anything. They just kind of let you at it.
They do. They do. And now you and we're also going to team up because part of the Legions Con festivities are some breakout sessions, basically. And one of the pieces of feedback we got last year is that the hands-on stuff, or even just the educational stuff, people like that a lot more. So we're going to be doing basically a basics of painting.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to dry brush. It's going to be amazing. I love such a simple little thing.
Oh yeah, it changes the whole look of the figure immediately, and it's kind of the easiest way to do it.
I know. We gave the advanced session to Dennis and Eric Miller. We get to do the stuff that we know that we can actually have them do it and have them go, oh, that looks so cool. I can't believe how it transformed.
And then they get the difficult part. I want to sit in on that, by the way.
Yeah, you can.
I kind of want to learn how to paint like this.
They're going to have a great session. We're going to work smarter, not harder.
Absolutely.
Nate, what are your plans for this weekend? So you are here. you've got your photography, you've got, Legion's Lounge. What are you doing? What's your presence at Legion's Con beyond, like we all are, being a fan?
Yeah, I'm going to be working with Trevor at his table and helping him out and, running and getting drinks and beers and food, whatever's needed. But I put this out on the Cabal. Last year I took just happened to be, it turned out a really nice shot of Patrick at his table.
Mm-hmm.
So this year I said I want to go around as many tables as I can and do what I'm calling Mythic or Legion's portraits.
Yeah.
So I want to try and get everyone at their booths or tables holding up something that they have that we can put up on the Cabal. It'd be kind of a neat memento to have. So that's one of the other things I want to accomplish this weekend.
It's really cool.
Cool. That is very, very cool. Last year, so we were just talking to Walter about, his experience this year having the tribute figures. Last year, you got to experience that as well with the Furious Four. You're wearing the T-shirt with the logo of it. So it's kind of cool to sit back and see somebody else get that. What they're kind of going through. But you're still going to have a bunch of people here excited to hang out with you guys as well. Are you guys doing anything fun as well throughout the weekend?
I don't think I'm probably the person to talk about it, but Pete has put together something very magical. I think my wife is going to kill me, a little special event.
Oh, I did hear about that. So it is a private event, but I heard you're going to pit all of the Legion's podcasts against each other in like last man standing battle royale.
Battle royal all the way. Yeah. I hope you're ready for the Coliseum.
The ones with
I didn't pick the podcast, so
that room will never be the same.
I know. So it is a private event, and I reached out to Pete and I said, "Do you have one more spot? My son would like to go." Because my son's 19 now, so I can't protect him from everything.
Oh boy.
He told me recently, he came home and he said, "Dad, I really like the My Wife Is Gonna Kill Me podcast. They're really funny." I think Pete's his favorite, actually.
You bet. It might be time to kick him out of the house.
Life lessons. So beyond that, excited for this weekend. Like I said, you've been here for the whole time. Before we let them go, Eric, is there anything else about the demon, the ghost of a demon swordmaster here that you think we should point out to people?
I don't think so.
No, I think it's.
I think
the parts.
Yeah, there's like a little bit less to talk about here, just because, I think the majority of people here know the parts already. So, we've gotten such a good response to those parts. It's just really a no-brainer to bring them back again, and a tremendous amount of work went into all the detailing and stuff on that. So just for me personally, I like to use it again. Just like I didn't make up Chinese mountain armor. That somebody else did that a long time ago, but man, does it pick up a dry brush really well. So it's cool to see it with this dark scheme. I think it's going to be a really fun figure for people.
Excellent. So guys, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to let you get back to your seats so you can enjoy the rest of the show. Okay, so we're cruising.
We are.
We're cruising. I'm going to take a pause and take a drink of water.
Yeah, are we at the halfway point about, or a little over?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. We've got a little bit to go. We're actually running a little ahead of schedule here.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have thought that Travis had a lot more to say, but I think he's nursing a little bit of a hangover from last night. So one of the things I'm loving about the wave so far is just really the diversity. And, we've said that multiple times with this wave, that these two factions lend themselves really well to, throwing some different ideas out there. The fact that the House of the Noble Bear right from the beginning, it was said that it's a band of outcasts and misfits. The fact that the Sons of the Red Star are these like cutthroats and mercenaries and criminals, it lends itself to that. And we're already seeing, for those in the room, you can see the lineup on the table, such diversity in what you're seeing already. I'm really excited to be able to, to have these in my collection, but to be able to present something with this much diversity is a lot of fun.
Yeah, this one, more so than say Aetheron with the Knights, like it's that there's a kind of a built-in unified look there. Whereas here, like I mentioned earlier, like we're taking these two factions that have a bunch of very different characters in it and finding that unifying thread visually through the characters while being able to maintain, these sizes and shapes and looks, color schemes that are all over the place, just within that kind of set of parameters, which it's a unique challenge to tackle, but like most of the challenges that we deal with creatively here, they're enjoyable to do. It's like like trying to solve a puzzle type of a thing. It's like a brain teaser. So yeah, it's been a great wave to work on.
So for this next reveal, I'm going to bring up someone who we've mentioned a few times today, who I was thrilled to be able to meet him at the show this week. The fact that him and his family came down. C. Jessam, can C. Jessam come on up and join us up here, please? CJ. Trust me, you're going to thank me that I'm putting you here, because the amount of pure power that we're going to have on this side in a minute is going to be intense. You're going to want to come close to me, buddy. We're friends. Can I please bring up the two members from the Legion's Lair show? Can I please bring up Brad and Michael? Have a seat, guys. Have a seat, guys. Hey, guys. Okay, so as we've been doing, we will talk to you after we do this reveal, but I'm going to bring up this reveal first. So you can hear, they just saw the name in the room. So this next reveal for the Mythic Legions Rising Suns, the Amir. So how many of you either read or heard the wonderful broadcast from the Euro Legions podcast of the recent short story we did, The Red Star of Kubera? Okay. So in that story, there is a character called the Amir, and a lot of people expected that we were going to release this character. You were correct. However, the character's name is actually not the Amir. We left out the character's last name for this reason, so we could reveal that the character's name is actually Emir Kaspar. By the way, Broddr of Bjorngar, Broddr is Brad in Old Norse.
Broddr?
Yeah. So let's bring out Emir Kaspar.
It's not nowhere, but it's still cold. That is amazing.
Turn it around so they can
That
see.
one's better.
Wow. Dude, that's sick. Oh my.
So we're going to talk to you about these wonderful soft goods that you've done on here. And we're going to talk about Amir Kaspar in a moment. Obviously, we've got this incredibly striking face on the Amir. Love this character. But I love this character even more because we're not done with the surprises. That face, if you read the short story, the character wears it to reveal, you know, his emotions and his true identity. Amir Kaspar is actually the alter ego of Scapular the Cryptbreaker. Which means that the next reveal in the Mythic Legions Rising Suns wave is Scapular the Cryptbreaker 2.
I got to tell you, I'm very nostalgic.
Yeah.
So all your version 2 characters that
Yeah.
have come out to date,
yeah,
I like the older ones better.
Yeah.
I like the V2. I love this figure. It breaks the trend.
Guys killing me here. So let's talk about this figure because there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot of going on.
Catch my breath here.
Oh man.
This, yeah. I mean, there is a lot going on with this figure. I mean, that's not even taking into account that he's 2 figures in one. You know, this guy goes all the way back to Wave 1. He was one of the characters that I had in my head for years and years before we even started Mythic. And so like the 2.0s, the way that I approach it, because 2.0s or 1.0s, like the early versions, they involved a lot of part sharing. And so the vision was there, but there was also like a certain lack of uniqueness for each character that we just couldn't, from a practical standpoint, do at the time. So for me, it's the opportunity to go in and like really push the essence of these characters, you know, to the limit, and kind of, you know, with a look that like really tells a story about that character and just brings them to full fruition. And then this guy, like, just kind of went all out. I think this might be one of the best that we've ever done. Just, I think when this is going to be a toy, this is going to be such a fun figure to play with. He's just loaded. Aside from just the new, you know, the new head, the new pauldrons, new skirting.
Take a look at it, Mike. Just look at it.
The belting, all that, the accessory count on him is massive. Brand new shield.
Yeah. And it's that cupped shield. Like you can
Yes.
see that real deep curved shield.
Yeah, so it's a type of like fantasy trope shield that we wanted to put into the line. And you know, as you see it here, it's very specific to Scapular, but this shield with a different paint scheme on it will just have such a versatile look to it. He's got the short sword with the scabbard. He's got a dagger with a scabbard. He has a blowgun, which we've really enjoyed because he's a skeleton. But an essential assassin's tool. So he's got the blowgun. He's got the little quiver dart pack for the blowgun. He's got a brand new belt with spots for the throwing daggers. He has the throwing daggers. The spear is a brand new spear that actually breaks down into parts, so that if you look at that, the canisters on his back, you're actually able to take the spear, break it in half, put it into the 2 slots, take the shield, put it on the back, so that every single item that this character has, which is a lot, he can wear on his body at one time. So like I said, I think as a toy, this is going to be so much fun to play with. He's got also has a pack that goes on the belt. He's got the poison canisters that go on the back of the belt. There's just a lot going on with this, and then plus he's got an alter ego.
Yeah.
So like
he does.
He is loaded out.
So let's read this character. Now, this one is so loaded out that this one is a deluxe figure. So, and we had that conversation when we were talking about, we wanted to give him so much that we were going to have to cut parts from him to actually, and we were like, well, we don't have to, let's just do him deluxe. So he's going to be 48. He's a mercenary leader. And of course, he's a skeleton. Scapular the Crypt Breaker left the congregation many years ago. More interested in a life of excess than in bringing death to the realm, he established the band of mercenaries known as the Sons of the Red Star. Named after a mysterious celestial body said to bring riches and power to those who worship under its light, the Sons have become a wild card in mythos. Scapular has a connection to Atlas from a long ago meeting that helped shape both their lives. That meeting led to Atlas becoming the Noble Bear, while Scapular and his alias Amir Caspar became the shadowy force behind many of the realm's unexplained disappearances and assassinations. So we have the dual figure, essentially, of Scapular the Crypt Breaker 2 and the parts to create the Amir Caspar alter ego. So, as I said, CJ, wonderful having you here, and your whole family's here with you.
Yeah.
Super cool to have you guys here. You have been absolutely killing it on the soft goods for us. I am someone who I don't like soft goods on figures until I started seeing the type of stuff you do. You have converted me. You guys have converted me. I love this. So this was a figure that you got to do. Tell us a little bit about this particular project.
I can't really take a lot of credit when it comes to like the design of this because it's pretty straightforward, right? It's just a rope, but the main reference for this is the Red Death, right? Like what Eric said. So it's pretty much like the same material as that. I also had to make sure that everything drapes perfectly, like with the scale, like it's really important to, to have that drape, right? That's about it.
And this is, so those who have the Red Death, this is a similar type of feel as the underrobe.
Yeah. Even with the inner lining, the red, dark red inner lining, everything, it's pretty much the same.
Very cool. And that's one of the cool things about working together is now there's a language that you guys are starting to be able to talk where remember this part, remember this fabric and everything. More and more is happening. And I feel like the more that you work with the studio, the better the parts keep getting.
Yeah. Like we kind of read each other's mind,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
It's there's not a lot of back and forth whenever we're working together. It's just a simple like do this, like, and then I would know right away what he's like talking about, and then I'll just execute it. That's it.
Oh yeah. And I mean, there's as CJ said, like this one, in some ways is kind of straightforward, especially since we were, touching back to, a piece that we had done before in color and fabric. But, there are also pieces where, essentially the way we work is I send a render where I really roughly sculpt out a piece just to give an idea of proportion and kind of how we want it to like hang on the figure. And it's also, I can explore like some color on it, but they're, like I said, they're very simple, and a great example of where that kind of back and forth of creativity goes is like on the Callian poncho for Cosmic. Like that was one where I just showed like a simple poncho, and then CJ comes back with like, I don't even know what terms you use necessarily, but like about the stitching and this is more of like a sci-fi stitch, and he added this and like changed the cut and stuff like that, and like, I mean, it just so good. Like that piece is so amazing. And so it's great because like there's times where it just needs to be a simple piece. Like we're just throwing a loincloth in, but there's one like that, or like Calazir from Poxus, where it comes back to the suggestion of why don't we add this type of pattern to it? And the piece is just so much better for it. Like it's a great, it is a kind of like we're just on that same wavelength, which is, it just makes it just a pleasure to work together.
Also with Calazir, I think that was the point where I was like, maybe I can push him a little bit, with the details, because to be honest, at first, like I wasn't sure if you guys are gonna replicate the whole thing, right? So it was kind of simple at first, right? I think it was Alithia at first,
right?
And then so now we have Kern Ray, which is like really detailed, right? So I'm like, just go all over with that.
Yeah, well, and that's what I mean. I think for all of us together, we didn't know what the factory was capable of, because we had done stamped out pieces of fabric with holes in the back, like the simplest thing possible. So to move to these fully wired, tailored pieces was a big jump for us. So we had to kind of like feel it out with the factory a little bit and make sure that they could, because we can make, much like the figures, we can make the most beautiful prototype in the world. If the factory can't reproduce it, it's kind of for nothing. But the factory, luckily, like on the factory side, like they've been able to like pretty much perfectly match every prototype piece that we've sent out. So it's, I mean, us on our side as well, it just encourages us to push further and, see how far we can take it, really.
It's also thanks to Caitlin's digital files. With the instructions and everything.
They're amazing. That's what it is. Kind of that two-part. There's the kind of that dazzle and awe of getting that initial prototype, and then when I see those PDFs come through with, I mean, they're pages and pages of instructions. There's a visual aspect to it. There's an instructional aspect to it. So yeah, I mean, it really does. Like they have that kind of two-pronged approach where they have the prototype they can look at, but it does make it a lot harder for them to mess it up when they've got that list of instructions and patterns and everything, which are work of art in and of themselves. Like it's I mean, everything about what we've been doing together, it's been perfect.
She's right there, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just a back.
Right there. So, how you guys feeling?
Pretty good. Really overwhelmed.
I heard recently, you talking about last year getting to come up for the end reveal and how you were like, we're up for the last one. This is the big thing. I was excited for two reveals today more than the others. The dwarves earlier, and then this one, because this is the coolest figure we've ever done, hands down. But being able to share this with both of you, and even like not saying where Broddr's name came from earlier, so we could do it here.
It's funny that you said that, because I'm in the back and I'm like, Broddr. I'm like, that could have been me, kind of. I was kind of like thinking, it's kind of like my name a little bit. But to come up here and to, I appreciate it. You guys do a lot for the community, and it's overwhelming. It really
As
is.
do you guys. It's your.
I don't get emotional too much, but damn, dude, what the heck?
Well,
this is awesome, man.
Let's keep this going, because we've got something else. Scapular, obviously, he's an important character for the story. He needs something to ride.
Oh, dude.
Now, a number of people, I heard the speculation saying, they're going to give him a skeleton horse, right? Because we did the skeleton horse last year, and it would make sense for us to reuse that tooling. No. That doesn't make sense for Scapular, because Scapular loves beauty and opulence in all things. He wouldn't ride a skeleton horse. So what we are going to reveal now, and these are two separate figures. So the Scapular 2, that is the deluxe figure that you can do the two different looks with. This is going to be a separate figure. Introducing Scapular Steed Umbra, the Dark Unicorn.
Oh my gosh, no. Dude. This is better than a dragon, man. What the hell?
So,
shut up, Billy. He spits.
So anyone that wonders why Scapular is my favorite character, yes, more so than Sir Gerard, he's a skeleton with a blowgun who rides a unicorn. He's like the most baller character in all of Mythos. So let's look at this unicorn. And Eric, this is a perfect example of this is the horse body that we've used before with some key new elements to create this particular character. So talk a little bit about those parts.
I mean, yeah, I think we could have gone as simple as just doing the new head with the horn. I think a lot of people would have been happy with that just because we had the request for a unicorn for so long, and a unicorn is just, I mean, when you think fantasy, it's just so intrinsic to what the genre is. But, we wanted to do it a little differently. So we started off with the dark unicorn. And rather than focus on the body parts here, we wanted to introduce some new tack to this figure, that it's got a little bit more of kind of a Middle Eastern vibe to it. We were looking at like Arabian horses and things like that with the tassels and like the kind of coin details and things like that. But again, it's something that we think that, will translate well moving forward just as a piece, on our end and for customizers. So there's new tail, new bridle, new reins, new main piece, like an ornamental main piece. The blanket is a new piece, and then we did kind of a new little mini blanket to go with the bedroll. And then a new tail, like a more ornamental tail piece. So it's, as Jeremy said, like, Scapular is this, it's this strange character because he's dead. He's a skeleton, like the kind of like a lot of the earthly pleasures are unattainable to him because of what he is. So he surrounds himself with these riches and, fancy things. And so, much like a unicorn is usually portrayed, it's a very elusive creature that, so, I mean, it's almost like a walking collectible for Scapular.
And that's interesting because that'll play into the bio that we'll read. But looking at this base body here, a number of people have asked for a black horse. So in addition to these parts, we're also going to include the normal horse head, the normal horse mane and tail. And because all of those pieces are fully removable, you can mix and match all of this stuff. And I know you said particularly you love this look.
Yeah, I almost like this better. I don't know why. Like, there's something that just strikes me when I see it. But I do think it's kind of funny almost because we've done, I think, 3 black horses up to this point, but not a just black horse. Like, there's been glowing hooves and, supernatural eye colors and stuff like that. So, just from a kind of a stock type horse, we've had Balius, which was, a very, nice horse that could kind of fit almost any faction or any. Yeah. And then Boreas, was another version of that. But, the black version of a horse, we haven't had that. It's something that really seemed like an empty spot in the line. So
let's read Umbra's bio. So Umbra is going to be a $60 item. Of course, it's a steed in the race's unicorn. Never known for his modesty, Scapular the Crypt Breaker enjoys beauty and opulence in all things. There were those within the Sons of the Red Star who thought he had gone mad when he nearly emptied his coffers to acquire a steed he deemed worthy of his station. Those whispers were immediately silenced the first time the undead assassin rode forth on his dark unicorn Umbra. A powerfully magical creature whose existence was thought to be little more than a fairy tale from the earliest days of the realm, Scapular enjoys bragging about how he paid a kingly fortune in order to secure the unicorn from beyond the shores of Mythos. More than just a showpiece, Umbra's magic has helped Scapular execute some of his most daring capers and escape from some of his closest calls in his time as leader of the Sons of the Red Star. So with that, you really, I think, now get a sense of Scapular, Amir Kaspar, Umbra, this group of characters that really flesh out the leader of the Sons of the Red Star. What do you think of these? Absolutely. I mentioned the other day that, and I jokingly just said this is the coolest figure we've ever done, but this is my favorite figure. As you mentioned, from the toy aspect of it, just something like being able to put all of the pieces on the figure, the spear and the shield and the backpack, the throwing knives, all of that stuff is so cool. And again, we've said this in past version 2s, and you just mentioned it as well. This really is how this character should have looked. The fact that we're at the point now that we can execute on something like this is just a testament to the support this line has received.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I hadn't really looked at Scapular in a long time, and a lot of times it happens with a 2.0. And so I started pulling up pictures of it, and actually then found mine and took it out and put it on the desk. And it, just because we've been adding so much tooling and amping up the details so much recently, like it almost shocked me how simple the figure was, which is, there's something to that as well. Like it worked, but it's just instantly, just the imagination can start running wild with like, how do we push this? One thing is I just looked over and saw it. Diego mentioned the armor before, so another new chest plate there that matches Diego's armor. So if anyone wants to start making their Diego custom, you've got a piece there. Sweet. But yeah, just even things like that, like early on, I was thinking, back when we were doing Aetheron and stuff, that this was going to be a combo of like a soft goods tunic with the the loin and like skirt type area. But then it's the character just kind of started finding its own way as it went on, and it just what I like about this character is it's such a mix of textures and colors, even though it's all uniform and it carries that red through. It's just a nice mix of everything. It's kind of like just taking everything that we have at our disposal and just piling it all into one figure.
I agree. So moving on him a little bit for right now. Legions Con weekend, you guys are here again. You are going to have a table.
Yes.
You're going to be meeting fans. You're going to have some stuff for sale. And you're also involved in the Legions podcast Battle Royale.
Yes.
I feel like that guy right there, he's your ringer. He's the one that's going to bring it.
I'm hitting the buzzer, and you're answering the questions. I'm just a little over.
Where you at, Richard? You're going down.
Overwhelmed right now. But I will say, I will
speech.
I will say, Euro Legions.
Oh boy, here it comes. Trevor.
To Euro Legions and to
that other podcast,
Legions Lounge.
Yeah, that other one.
Okay, Legions Lounge. You're going down.
The lair is going to rise and take it all.
I
Look at Bill here.
I mean, I gotta be honest, guys. I love the Euro Legions crew. I love Legions Lounge. I'm not going to bet against Scapular and Broddr. Like, I'm definitely not. I feel like you guys.
Steve Busciotti. Can't wait to get this in my hand so he can take on the Furious Four. Just kick their butt. Just. Well, I got friends. I have friends. I have friends. Yeah, they're called Sons of the Red Star.
Yeah. Now,
Look into the
CJ
sky, Steve.
You're also going to be set up at Legions Con this weekend. You're here. You got stuff on exhibit. What are you guys doing this weekend?
I'm going to be displaying my customs.
Okay.
And I'm going to be selling some stuff.
Excellent.
Custom soft goods.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some soft goods from you guys,
Yeah.
as well as some stuff to see, some custom figures that'll be on display.
Yeah.
That's one I'm excited to see a lot. I'm really excited to see that.
Thanks.
This has been a wonderful experience to have you guys all involved with this. I'm going to let you all go. I'm going to let you guys go collect yourself a little bit. Thank you very much for joining us for these reveals.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I guess I'll slide him down. I won't take him. I swear.
Don't make me crazy.
Michael, you got to entertain for a minute.
What? I don't think we're going to. So how are we all doing today?
How are you doing? You doing all right?
I heard some commotion.
I'm doing very well.
Yeah.
I'm pumped.
You enjoying this? I mean, I've asked you in the past, like how many times, like you just sit there and is this like just a fun time for you and a fun reveal to finally see stuff that's like coming to life for the first time to the public and not hiding it from everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, because it's a huge push for everybody in the studio. Like we're just working, and it, it is like it's all secret. Like it's we're in a bubble for months on end.
Mm-hmm.
And then, to be able to come out and share it and just, share the energy and excitement with everybody. Because when we're, of course, excited to reveal it, we've put so much of ourselves into this. So, this part's fun. And then, it's just like, like the pressure's off, sigh of relief almost. Yeah. And then now we can just have fun for the rest of the weekend and just visit and,
and make grown men cry. That's what we're here for. I'm telling you, man.
Well, we're going to keep this going. So, Walter, if you can make room, we've got two big personalities coming up right now.
Yeah.
We're going to bring up someone whose work has been all over this presentation. We could not present these things the way we do without Trevor 1-6 Shooter Williams. Trevor, can you please join us? And then please welcome to the stage Mr. Lord Busciotti, the Alpha. Oh.
Let me make room for your ego. Better move over more.
Yeah, I know. So I can move over just a little. So we have to find a way to follow this figure.
Yeah.
and that whole thing up.
You might be able to.
Steven is secretly wondering if he's getting his second tribute figure right now. He's like, is that why I'm here? Is this Lord Bushati the more alpha?
Even alpha.
Alpha. No. So when you hear them in the room doing that, it's because I've advanced the slide so that I took off screen, but they can see it. A big part of this wave, as we've talked about, was refreshing the library in these body parts, new dwarf parts, new 2.0 female, 2.0 male parts, so much, the 1.0 male parts, but also what we just saw with Scapular, the idea of really updating an important character in the lore and as part of these factions. Not a lot of people are going to be surprised by this one. A lot of people were expecting and very much hoping that they would see this. The next reveal in the Mythic Legions Rising Suns wave is Atlas the Conqueror 2. So Atlas is obviously an incredibly important character, an incredibly hard to find figure. Atlas was released in the very first Mythic Legions wave. Atlas was also released as part of All Stars 2, but that wave was years ago. So this is a chance for us to revisit this character in a big way. I'm going to post this to social while you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Absolutely. I mean, Atlas is arguably the most important character in Mythic Legions. And, I feel like he was really almost like kind of the face of the initial launch for this. He was one of the more unique figures, coming from working on Masters of the Universe as many years as we did. I think, a lot of people enjoyed the fact that it was a barbarian type character. And, to be this far into the line and, still working with that original figure, he was certainly just ready for his 2.0 treatment. And so we went all out with him. He is new from top to bottom. I think there might be one or two pieces there, but, you saw a hint of the new bear body, like muscle build. So he utilizes this new body almost in full. So again, it's the articulation, range of movement has been improved on it. Much more detail in the muscle tone and veining. There's texture on it. He has the new neck with the disc. Man, there's so much with him. So brand new head, and the part of the challenge with this guy was to do it in a way where, we're being true to the original. And so it's still easily recognizable as what made Atlas in the first place, while, pushing that visual narrative further. So even though the head is very similar, like it's significantly more detailed out, we did some things here where the ponytail piece on the top and the braids and back hair are separated out so that we can run that in a soft, flexible PVC so that, unlike the original, there's the range of movement will be much improved on it. There's, again, you see that mid-calf cut with a different type of boot going on here, where rather than a leather lower on that piece, it's actually got straps and fur, as if the fur carries down to the ankle. He's an interesting character because there's a heavy amount of asymmetry on this character. So, we had to develop a boot for the one side, and then we had to develop a brand new half a leg for the other side. So, he was a mix of the evil, like orc armor, and knightly armor, barbarian pieces in the original. So we had to update, what that more orcish armor would look like for the foot and the knee and the forearm. And then, you know, there's different elements of his timeline in here. There's elements of the Colosseum. There's on the shin plate, there's a nod to his time in Leandor. The bear emblem in the fur shows, represents his, reign as the noble bear. Plus, more chest straps, more belts, and he's another example too, where, there's spots on the figure to put weapons and things. So that gladius sword, which again is a throwback to his history in the Colosseum, is attached to the belt. So again, it's another, sheathable sword. He's got the straps on his back, so you can slide the axe in there. The dagger goes into the belt. So that's something that we're really, concentrating on heavily. Just this, not only advancing the weapons themselves, but the storage of the weapons and just that utility to the design. It's, you don't see much of it from the front, but more incredible CJS and soft goods here. One of the things that's incredibly cool about this is we've used fur a lot in the past on this, but these capes are actually lined, so you're not seeing that that just kind of underside of what the faux fur is. There's actually a liner in it. It's wired, so it just it's tricked out in a way that it just gives this important character the update that he deserves, and that for people who have not had an Atlas figure in their collection, you're going to be able to get an Atlas figure in your collection, and you're going to be able to do it in style.
One of the things I love about this character and elements of this wave is this is the first wave we've done where volume 1 of the book is written.
Yes.
It's in the editing phase. So there are things that happened. The Amir Kaspar look, I mentioned to Michael that I didn't write that name. We didn't write that name for the toy. That's been written into the book for a year.
Yep.
One of the things, so with that look was, that's part of the book. That's a area where Scapular comes in. And it's a time when he actually interacts with Atlas. So the idea of being able to present both of these figures as two versions of themselves, what you're seeing here is Atlas as we know him as the Noble Bear, but he also comes with these parts to create this secondary look. This is how he appeared as Bjorn the Victorious in the Mercurian Colosseum. So just by replacing that helmet, removing some of his, gauntlet pieces, and you get this secondary look for this particular character. And this is the full build out that we have here. So you see he comes with that new battle axe, that new gladius sword you mentioned. We're not showing the sheath here because it's on the belt. The two heads, all these pieces, all these hands, incredible build out for this figure. And it's still a standard figure at $37. So Atlas the Conqueror is obviously a barbarian king. Once the rightful heir to the throne of Leandor, it has been decades since Atlas Leaser disappeared from the kingdom of his birth. During his years away, he has been a prisoner, a gladiator, a hermit, a husband, a conqueror, and a reluctant leader. Known as the Noble Bear, Atlas returns to Leandor with an army of misfits and outcasts by his side. The House of the Noble Bear has come to lend their strength to the fight against the evils threatening the realm. But with the Second Great War looming, Atlas will face more than just the Legions of Dark. He must come to terms with his past if he has any hope of winning the battle before him. What do you think, guys? You happy to get the new version of Atlas? Steven? This was one that you said you were very much hoping for. I believe this is your favorite character and figure. How did we do on this updated version?
I love it. I love it. I was expecting that you guys would make him armored, you know, because the first one was, you know, and you guys very much stuck to kind of the first, if you squint, image, but it's just amped up to 20, and I love it. So excited! I love the bio. Yeah, he was him and Vetus were the two characters that got me into this line. That's why I bought the first wave of Mythic Legions was them, and I've always gravitated towards Atlas. I put my lot in him with years ago, and here I find out you said he's the most important character, and I was like, well, I picked the right guy.
Arguably the most important.
Oh, come on, don't backtrack now.
Certainly pivotal.
You wouldn't want this guy covered in armor, though, right? Cover up those pecs and that six pack. Come on.
Well, I don't get what I want.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
I
you're very
thought they would have
happily
armored
pleased.
him up, you know. But
yeah, a lot of people thought if we did him again, he was going to be in like the Leandor armor. And it's tough because that's certainly a consideration, and not to say that may not ever happen, but because so many people don't have any Atlas, giving them that classic version, I think, is important.
well, like so often happens, I can imagine all I want, but I would rather play inside Eric's imagination than my own.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so whatever you guys come up with is always usually what I need, whether I knew it or not.
And Trevor, I have to say, I mean, the photography in this particular wave, I love how like different each of the groups are. You know, you being able to shoot all of these figures in these, you know, snowy Bjorngar type settings, and then doing the Sons of the Red Star in like having the Red Star, and it's blew me away every single time. Every single time. I bug Trevor all the time. I'm like, did you upload anything for me to look at? Did you upload anything? And it's partially because I need it to do my job, but I want to see it. Like, I want to see what you capture with these particular characters. And we sent multiple back and forth that just blew us away.
Yeah, I sit there and like just keep opening Dropbox up. Like when I know you're loading stuff.
refresh. Yeah, I was really excited that this was, well, all right. So Attila's my boy, Leodicius for life. But, you know, they're brothers, and I hope these kids get back together somehow and patch it all up. But I was really excited to do, I love the look of this faction, and I was really excited to do snow shots because I love doing snow shots. It's a lot of fun to set up. It's not so fun to break down and put away, but that's why I was hoping we'd get all the House of the Noble Bear figures at the same time, because this taking up the snow and putting it back down is just not going to happen. But we did. We made it happen, and Sherry came through, and Cameron came through, and Joe. So it was great, and it was a lot of fun, man. This is a fun wave to shoot. Yeah, the Sons of the Red Star too. Finding that little, thing with the red star on the background, putting that in there, and getting them in like a shadowy city look too was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it absolutely captures, I think, the spirit of these two factions.
Well, it's great to have like the stories and stuff and the bios that are written out, because it kind of gives you, I mean, you know, when I started doing this, we had a little bio and stuff like that, but I don't even know if I even got those up front or not. But, you guys at least trusted me to do something that looked cool. So that's cool. But it's nice. It's nice to have like something to go by. So a lot of fun.
I'm looking at these figures here, and I'm feeling like Scapular with his mount, it looks like he's got more attention than Atlas does here.
He wants more attention, clearly.
He does want more attention. That's kind of his thing. But I feel like we have to balance this a little bit. So I know a number of people have wondered what kind of mount we would give to Atlas, right? And years ago, I believe Cornboy said Atlas rides a bear. And I've been listening to, all the Road to Legions Con, and I've listened to Mal say, I don't think that they're going to do a full bear.
You were right.
And, just like last year when everyone said, I don't think they'll do a full skeleton. Doing a full bear is a lot harder than doing a full skeleton. A full skeleton horse.
Yeah.
So we had to decide whether or not that would really make any sense. But what we're going to show you now is the mount for Atlas the Conqueror. This is Bodvar, the full bear.
Oh, it's amazing.
Now, I think the single, I'm like overwhelmed right now. It's like one of the single most iconic shots you have ever taken, Trevor, for Mythic Legions is this one right here. This particular shot of Atlas on Bodvar, absolutely amazing, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I was happy that I could keep him together and get him on there and put him in a decent pose.
Do it again.
Yeah, okay. Again, the snow, it's just like the environment. I like doing this in the sunlight. It was really cool, and it came together. And this thing looks so good, man. So good. Like you killed it. I mean, it's so much fun to play with. Even I got to say, this in prototype form, not too bad. Not too bad. Like it was all right. It didn't fall apart on me. He was fantastic. Very well behaved bear. Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's so big, man. He's so cool.
Huge.
He is.
Seeing them all, I haven't seen them all put together, fully painted.
Oh yeah,
in front of me.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So, talk to us a little bit about what we're getting here. I mean, obviously, there's no reused parts on this. This is a fully brand new figure that we are getting.
Very, very much so. I'm very much in a sense of kind of relief, happiness that this was well received at this point. This guy was a lot of work. And kind of, I knew that there was an expectation with this character. I knew there was a lot of lifting to do on this. So, hearing the cheers and stuff like that, like really, I'm glad that everybody likes it. This one, I don't know, like I had anxiety about this figure. But yes, I mean, he's a massive figure. We've done a mount before with the horses, very different anatomy for working on a bear, and just kind of really getting into some areas I didn't expect, because with a horse, the fur, the hair, the fur is so close to the body that you can see all the anatomy in a piece like this. I started this figure off where I was building it out anatomically, and then realized there's so much, the fur is so heavy on a bear that it's all hidden inside of it. And so then completely recalibrated the way that I was thinking about it and roughed it out more in the forms of what those full like fur areas and like the layers of fur and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually this was just a project of sculpting fur. It was a lot of fur, a lot of tiny little lines.
That felt tedious looking at it. Just like I could tell, I could just see you, picture you doing
it was
over and over.
Well, didn't you say that you actually would sculpt the other figures during the day, and just every single night you would just bang out a little bit more fur?
Yes, because it was such a big project that kind of needed to live outside of the rest of this. So I had to make the time to because it really was like the fur, like it's a different type of sculpting, because I could just go sit up there for 5 minutes or 3 hours and just pick. It's somewhat therapeutic. Like it's a very almost like relaxing thing. I would imagine like knitting or something like that. But this guy, back when we first started thinking about a bear, talking about a bear, like I imagined it being a roto piece, like, you know, with minimal articulation. But at this stage in the game, something like that really felt like it would be underwhelming and just not up to standard. So this figure is fully articulated. Like, I don't know if range wise, probably not as much as the horse, just because the thicker limbs, but as far as points of articulation, more so. The neck is built in a way where the neck is built in sections so that there's more room, even though it's a big thick neck, to get range of movement in there. Ball joint at the head, ball joint at the base of the neck, ball shoulders, ball joints at the elbows, ball joint that both spins like the ankle joints and has a rocker like the ankle joints in both sets of feet, hips, knees, ankles. Also a big giant mid-torso ball, which you know, it's cool because it's just such a big, thick character, but it does give you the ability to get that little bit of bend in the character. So there's more life, I think, in this than you would expect, just considering how chunky he is.
It moves really well. Like, I was really surprised. Like, I had some poses in mind, especially that kind of grabbing claw thing, and I was shocked that I could get that, especially a prototype, get that into that position. So when this comes out in production, it's gonna be no problem, man. You're gonna get tons of poses.
You're the best, Eric.
Well, before we go to the, you know, the bio and all that stuff, what we're seeing here in Trevor's photos, that ended up not being everything you wanted to include, because after the fact, you realized there were some additional pieces you wanted to add, which we're showing as a render here. So what are we seeing here?
So the paws actually serve a dual purpose. Trevor actually just mentioned the swiping pose. They're swiping paws so that you can get him in those poses where he is swiping, and it's you know, the articulation points in a different spot, and the shape is a little different, so it's a more natural look. But it doubles as paws for a standing bear. So the neck in there,
almost,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But so the neck there, we realized that as much as we articulated the neck, there was no way, without losing the look of the figure, that we were going to be able to get the head to bend down at such a sharp angle to get a standing position. So the solution there for us was just to include an alternate neck that is naturally in that pose, because ultimately we felt like this is a cool figure, but if we didn't give it the ability to do this, you know, we were falling short.
The funny thing is, when Eric says we had to include that additional neck piece, you make it sound like it's a little piece. It's like the size of my fist.
It's huge.
It's gigantic. So all we have on screen is the renders. But Joe, now we're ready for you. We did actually bring one here so we could show you what it looks like, and we could put it on display.
Oh, what?
Walter?
Walter?
Hold on. Wrong box.
It's a bit.
I wasn't in on that bit.
That means
actually
neither was I.
You weren't in on the bit.
I wasn't in on the bit either.
Joe's creating his own show back
Right
there.
box.
It's just like,
Right box.
So now this can provide a bit of a size scale.
That's definitely a right box. That may be my favorite.
It's taller than Joel.
So everyone's shot in the background. So awkward.
I'm not going to eat this
Yeah,
now,
it's
for sure. That would be the worst moment possible.
So
stale.
Yeah.
Broddr the Bear is a deluxe beast. It's going to cost you $85, which is absolutely crazy that you get this much bear for $85. But once again, whenever we can do so, we really try to keep these prices at a place that will allow our fan base, the Legionnaires, to add these to their collection. So let's read about Broddr. In the days before the House of the Noble Bear marched from the colds of Bjorngar towards inevitable war, Atlas the Conqueror returned to the home he once shared with his wife, Risha. Making his way to the tree under which he had buried her body, the tree whose destruction by orc raiders led to Atlas picking up his blades once again, the barbarian was greeted with an unexpected sight. A gigantic bear sat by the charred remains of the tree, its head bowed and eyes closed as if in silent prayer. Wary of alarming the bear, Atlas backed away quietly, but the bear opened his eyes and looked his way. Atlas felt his breath leave his body. He saw his wife's eyes reflected in the gaze of that beast, and the barbarian king knew that somehow his wife had sent this creature to his side in his most desperate hour. Together, man and beast left Risha's Grove as Atlas the Conqueror rode Broddr towards the greatest battle the realm of Mythos had ever seen. I mean, they're just such a statement piece. You know, this is, I love this thing so much. This right there is a centerpiece in my collection immediately. Immediately becomes a centerpiece.
And you still think scapular is the best one?
I know, right?
I mean, I know you said that scapular, and I agreed with you. But then I saw this, and now my favorite figure is Lord Bashadi.
Come on.
Jeremy, now you can create.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was another one of the things I was excited to be able to reveal. This is, I think, something that all of us at the studio were thrilled to be able to show to everybody here at Legions Con this weekend. And again, Trevor, you just captured this so much. Yeah, I mean, everyone at the studio has said we need this as a print like immediately.
Yeah,
That's what, to me.
It had time to print them, but I will get them.
To me, this image is Mythic Legions.
Yeah,
like this encapsulates just the world that we're creating here, and it just, I don't know, it's so iconic. You know, it's like a throwback to the days of Frazetta and, you know, just like that 70s like fantasy
Dragon
art.
magazine cover.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. It's just, it's powerful.
Thanks, man.
That's just
Appreciate it very much.
powerful and influential as He-Man and Battle Cat in a different brand, in a different way, in a different, but it's, you look at it, it's beautiful.
Thanks. Yeah, it's beautiful. I also wanted to like point out, because I had asked about even the jaw, you know, like, is this jaw articulate before I got it? And you told me that you wanted to sculpt it differently because the jaw looks differently open. It's not something you can just open. It would just look too toyish if the jaw just dropped and, you know, closed. So you're getting, you know, they're thinking about this stuff, you know, and making it the best it can be. And, you know, they probably could have just thrown the head on there and had the jaw open or something like that. But that looks like a bear with its jaw open, you know.
Part of it is, yeah, like it's that going down the rabbit hole of the research and just, you know, I mean, just, you know, I have a love of just the you know, sculpting animals and wildlife and all that kind of stuff anyway. I always have. And then you know, you've seen a bear roar before and open its mouth, but then when you really start going in and kind of dissecting what's going on there and the way that the lips come out and they make these interesting shapes and they pull away from it, it is so much more than, you know, just an open and close. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, you know, just like any other type of, you know, subject matter, you know, we want to honor what's, you know, what we're using as the source material there.
Yeah, it's great. So well thought out, so well done.
Guys, anything you want to say about what we've got going on here this weekend?
Thank you.
No, after this.
Oh,
Thank you.
after what we got going on this weekend.
Yeah, this is just the beginning, man.
This is
Just
yeah.
the beginning.
I guess I haven't even thought about that.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do Legions Con tomorrow.
I'm
Right.
excited. Both of you will have tables.
Yep.
You, Trevor, will have a table. You're going to be selling some prints, and you're going to have your calendars. Those were a huge hit last year. This year's absolutely incredible. August
Particularly good.
is wonderful.
There's history behind that shot too. So if you want to know what it is, come up and ask me by one, and I'll tell you what the history is. But the December shot is a brand new shot. Some of the interns got to see that yesterday. It's a dwarf-centric shot, so dwarf people will be happy with that. It's very warm for the holiday type of thing, and I'm very happy with it. So come on by and grab one, man.
Steven, My Wife is Going to Kill Me podcast. They will have a table at the show. You won't be there.
No.
You're gonna instead be over with Team Wolfgang.
I will.
And you've got lots of parts to offer up for sale.
I do. I have a lot of parts to offer up for sale. So, and the whole table has a lot of parts. So
Excellent.
stop by and see us.
Excellent. Very cool. Well, guys, we're going to let you go so we can wrap up the conversation here and give the specifics on the Rising Suns wave that we know people are waiting to hear.
Cool. Awesome job, man.
Best thing I've ever seen.
Okay. So those are the reveals that we have. Those are the figures. That is the Mythic Legions Rising Sun wave. We're going to give you the final little pieces here as far as the dates. It's going to be the all-in price and so forth. So let's get back here, and the all-in price for everything here is going to be $550. So for that, you're going to get 12 total figures. The breakdown is 6 standard figures, 1 2-pack set. You get the deluxe figure in Scapular, the deluxe steed in Umbra, the deluxe creature in Broddr the Bear, and you get 2 weapons packs. That's going to be $550. But we're not done yet. We've got one more surprise for you. So this being, kind of the culmination of the first major story arc for Mythic Legions, we wanted to throw one extra thing in this for you. It's a little thing, but it's something that we haven't been sure how to actually get out, and this felt really appropriate to give this back to the community. So for all in purchases, you're also going to get this bonus head that's going to come in that pack. So now, anyone who knows the community, knows the studio, is probably familiar with this head. This was a head that was sculpted a few years ago. We had a member of the community, Justin, who passed away tragically from COVID, one of a number of people that passed away during that time. At the time, we created a custom figure to help his family out. That custom figure actually is in his family's possession right now. We've wanted to find a way to release this so his friends and Legions fans would have a way to kind of recreate that while still preserving the uniqueness of that figure for his family. So doing something, giving this back free to the community as part of this all-in seemed like a really cool way to do that. So to be clear, this particular head in this deco is only going to be available through Four Horsemen with the all-in. But similar to what we did with the gold skull for Cosmic Legions, there's going to be a retailer version as well. So there'll be a different deco that will be available through retailers as a separate item that you can buy as many as you like. But for Four Horsemen, you will get that as part of that $550 price for the all-in. The pre-order starts today at 3 p.m. Eastern. And again, this is on storehorseman.com. That is going to run until January 14th. So you get about 2 months. We always do the longest pre-order for this wave because this is a flagship wave. This is a big wave for us. We know it falls around the holidays. So trying to give you that set of time to be able to do it, we figured that will be helpful. That $550, by the way, if you add up all the individual prices, it's about $40 less than if you bought it individually. So by going with the all-in, not only are you getting the bonus head, you're saving $40 off the combo price. Excellent. So we do have a couple things we have to do to wrap up. Is actually Jim back yet? Is Jim back there?
He's not back here.
He's not back there?
No.
Okay.
All right.
That wasn't the answer I was hoping for. I don't know where to go from there. We do have a bit of a surprise. That would have been a lot more impactful if we were all here. Walter, are you ready for that? We're not ready for the surprise?
He's coming. I know. I'm like, I called him just now. I'm like, get your, because we said 3 o'clock. And it's not 3 o'clock yet.
Okay, well, tell you what we will do then is we've got a few minutes to kill. Let's do a little bit of a Q&A session. So we've got a few minutes. Anyone have any questions about this wave or Legions Con this weekend, Mythic Legions, Four Horsemen Studios? What do we got back here?
Which figure was the most difficult to sculpt outside of that?
Actually, an easy answer for once, and then you just ripped it out from underneath me. That's a good question. I mean, the bear was so much of the focus in this wave that everything else seemed easy by comparison. It generally is. It's always a character like that has like that sort of repetitive detail that there's no shortcuts really with something like that. Although I didn't do it, what I can say is, although I didn't do it specifically for this wave, but it is in this wave, I would say that figuring out the armor patterning on Sun Wukong, which is now in this wave, that the armor for that figure was one of the most difficult in a while because it's such a complex pattern to get it to wrap all of the compound curves and remain even was a complex process.
Yep.
So now that you finished the last head-to-head wave, going forward, are you guys looking at doing more mixes of waves, or is it just going to be different stories you're going to be telling head-to-head?
I mean, some of that we're not really, going to reveal just yet. I mean, it is interesting because we're at this point where the first arc is kind of closing out, but there's so purposely been so many things done along the way that set up what's coming next. I'm just seeing here in the bios and, just even seeing things that we put on the figures here, there's a lot of kind of looks to the future. But that being said, these have been head-to-head waves. Usually the waves in the middle of the year, kind of with the exception of this past All-Stars wave, we try to reserve those for those more like mixed type waves. Because we've even been talking internally in the studio, now that we have been doing these, Leodicius and Arethyr, it was so long ago now. I mean, if you look in the context of the line, it was almost like halfway through the line. So if we didn't do those mix waves in between, you wouldn't touch those characters, for 5 years. So yeah, the mix waves are definitely part of, what's going to continue to happen moving forward.
Okay. Yep.
Are the horns on the Minotaur pegged so you can swap those?
So the question was, are the horns on the Minotaur pegged so you can swap those, or is that part of the head?
They are. They're pegged, so they're swappable. Okay. I believe we've seen them. I think they're with the same horns that are with the Noble Barch accessory set. I think so.
What are the chances in the future we're using the bear sculpt and getting the panda bear, the black bear, the House of Noble Pooh Bear color variants? Just seeing it. I mean, like, we just got it. I'm already like, I want more of it.
So the question was, what are the options that we're going to see these bear parts reused for other kinds of bears?
I mean, I think you can all probably figure it out. It's going to happen. Looking at this, it's going to be an expensive bit of tooling for us to invest in this. And to have that tooling then at our disposal, it's a waste not to use it again. So, we want to find, there'll be some that are the more like kind of obvious, I guess, more expected iterations, but then we might, we're going to find ways to do unexpected things with the tooling as well.
I mean, if you want to put a battle harness on him and have some weapons in his paws, there, 85, 95, go for it.
People are pointing out in the chat that Pooh is public domain, so they want that. This is actually a great question from online. It says, All-Star 6 continued the Necronominus wave. Will there be a continuation of this wave in the next release? That's not the plan. Necro was so big that it had to be split, but this really is the vision for these particular two factions at this time.
Yeah. I mean, kind of going back to the question about, whether or not we do mixed waves, we realize that after that continuation, it's a lot of the same subject matter. So it then is even longer until we can get to some of those different types of characters. So if somebody is not a fan of either knights or skeletons, that's a year worth of product that you're not into. So, we want to keep this where it's, there's something for everybody as much as we can in the waves.
Question online too, with people asking what's the ETA for the arrival of this wave. Obviously, we're at the earliest stages of presenting this. Tons of new tooling in here, so it's going to be a process. As much as I would love to say that we're going to see this next year, this is going to be a 2025 release at this point.
Yeah, hopefully early, but that's it kind of depends just on what happens in China once it goes over.
Absolutely, Curtis.
Much like the accessory set that you guys did for the Ox Crew, I see this bear as being a piece that probably going to appeal to collectors that don't even collect this line. What are you guys trying to do to reach out and make sure that people outside of this community know about these type of things?
Yeah, so the question was, like what we did with the accessory sets in the Ox Crew wave, this is the kind of figure that feels like it could cross and stretch beyond just the toy community and the Legions community for sure. So what are we doing to expand that? I mean, just something like we just went to New York Toy Fair a couple weeks ago. Something that we haven't been at in a few years. That's a vendor event where we get to go and meet with potential new retailers, looking at different types of retailers, not necessarily just toy stores, but looking at other types of places where our figures, if not the full line, but certain pieces of our figures would make sense to help kind of spread this out a little bit further. And we do have a number of other ideas that we're just not at liberty to say at this time. Yep.
Sorry, I have a second question, but a lot with like Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions has where it's word of mouth, reviewers, stuff like that.
Yep.
Will there be any in the future advertisements, stuff like that, to kind of get it more out there, to like increase it, maybe like Toy Collector magazine? Because I remember growing up, Toy Fair magazine, I would see all the product shots for like the Mark McFarlane stuff that y'all were sculpting, and that'd be like, oh.
Yeah. So the question is, will we do advertising? So we do advertising already. Maybe not print advertising, but there is a number of advertising areas that we do, and we will continue to evaluate all different options to help spread the word of Legions. Yep, over here.
Like the Ox Crew set with the expansion of the accessories, do you see you doing that with Mythic Legions to do some world building as well?
So the question is, like what we did with those diorama elements for Ox Crew to help build out, that environment, any plans to do world building diorama style pieces for Mythic Legions?
Absolutely. For one thing, it was encouraging that set was really well received for the Ox Crew wave. So, that was a little bit of a test for us just to kind of see how that would, go with the fan base. So it was, it was a little like we needed to see, but that was a piece that was a lot of fun to do. We like that aspect of creating the scene and giving pieces for like dio builders to be able to populate their dioramas with, even little things like the dwarf set with the having the torch in there kind of as a push in that direction. But I mean we absolutely want to. There's like certain items that are so iconic to fantasy that they're screaming to be made.
Some people in the chat are asking, what is Ox Crew? Because we've mentioned that a few times. Ox Crew is the most recent Cosmic Legions wave that we revealed. We revealed that back at PowerCon in August. So that is Cosmic Legions Ox Crew Book 1 Thraxon. Again, if you go to our website, sourcehorseman.com, all that information is there.
Question on this Batard. You took that time to rework the tail that had to kind of create a new version of it. Is it designed in such a way that it can be removed as a whole piece? Because it almost looks like a creature itself that you could customize. Wondering if it's designed to be like a whole removable piece there.
It is. So it breaks into.
Let me just repeat the question
because
because people at home can't hear.
Gotcha,
So the
go ahead.
question was whether or not Deece's back connection with the scorpion tail and stuff, whether that is removable because it looks like a creature.
Yes, the entire unit removes from the back, so that has the two horns and the two additional arms, and then the tail. So the two arms will pop out, and then the tail then is also removable from that piece. But you're right; it certainly does look like a creature when it comes off, and
It looks like a parasite attached to his back.
Yes.
Like a version of a face hugger.
Yeah. And I mean, again, like, for us, it's, it's exciting to think like, somebody's going to take that and do something crazy with it. So, just the anticipation of seeing where it goes from here, that's exciting for us.
Yep.
So after near a decade now of Mythic Legions, you say we're wrapping up the first arc. How many arcs do we have left? How many shelves do you think we have?
Hopefully a lot, I guess. we have a lot of ideas. So, that's for us. It's, that's why we're so, it's so important to us to thank everybody here, because the support allows us to keep being creative and doing this stuff. And we do have a lot of ideas. Like there's so much, types of characters, creatures, things like that, in some cases we just haven't gotten to, in other cases that have been purposefully omitted up to this point. And so there's a lot yet to come, and it's very tied into everything that has happened in the line and story so far. So, we think that people are going to be excited about what we've, have yet to come.
Yeah, I don't want you to stop. Oh, Lord.
One question I've got online here is this a Four Horsemen exclusive wave, or would this be made available from the retailers? This will absolutely be made available from the approved retailers. So our pre-order runs until Sunday, January 14th. After that point, our retailers will have access to it as well.
Jeremy, Big Dub's got a question over here.
Yep.
And Legions Con 25. This is more of a statement. I look forward to the life-size bear that has a quarter slot that we can get in.
So for those at home, Dub was saying that he looks forward to, in a couple of years, having a life-size rideable Bodvar out in the lobby. The crazy thing is that's not likely to happen, but it's also not impossible. There's a chance. A chance. Yes, Pete.
I would like an explanation as to why we were told Steven wasn't getting a second tribute figure, but the standing bear looks just like him. I feel a little bit.
So people online are asking me to repeat the question so they can hear it, and you guys are just making jokes. So now I have to just repeat jokes. Pete made fun of Steven. He asked why Steven looks like the bear. Okay. Do we have a question, not a joke? Behind John. So are there, sure, any factions aesthetically that you prefer?
There's something to each that I enjoy, and that's been like doing these face-off waves. Part of what it has been just so great is to go through and explore, like, further than we had before, what the look of each one of these factions has been, and even ones that I wasn't expecting to get as into, like Zelona. Like at a point in working on it, I found the look there, and then ended up, I think, liking the Zelona figures more than the Alithia figures in that wave, which was unexpected. But there's something intrinsically cool to all of these factions. So I'm always terrible at picking a favorite. Like that's
Love all your children equal.
yes, that very much that is true.
That's a good answer, but you love the Sons of the Red Star a little more than all the rest.
I did say that I think Scapular might be the best figure we've done. So,
hey man, I'm sitting right next to you. Walter the Mad is pretty freaking rad.
Oh God, I'm behind Walter, in between Walter the Mad and Sir Gerard.
I know.
I just
Come on now.
Yes, right here. Wow, that's a crazy, serious question.
I feel like we're like at a business.
Yeah,
we're like at a business conference now.
So the question was, at our current
Good question,
trajectory, do we expect to outgrow where we are? I mean, the reality is we've grown a ton in just the last few years. The team that we've got working for the studio right now is super solid. Depending on when we need to add certain pieces, we haven't been shy about investing in the talent we need to continue doing this. So there's no reason to think that we won't continue that.
And just as far as that trajectory goes, we've had several discussions about it, and it's something that is constantly on our minds. There's a balance that we're trying to maintain, that we don't want to blow the company up too large too quickly because of what we have here. Like if we just try to go out and get figures in Target and Walmart and stuff like that, or just grow for the sake of growing, like what is special about the line and the community and all that, that's like we fear it's more than anything else. Like that's we can't do that. It's too special. It's too valuable. It's we're trying to maintain that as a certain balance.
Got a question over there.
For someone that's only been in the line for 1 year.
year, right? Are you planning any more version 2? Because I've seen some really good ones today, so I'm a little inspired by this.
So the question is for people that are newer to the line, do we plan on more version 2 type versions of characters?
Yes. I'll give a definitive yes on that. We've enjoyed doing them. I think response has been really good to the 2.0s. Yeah, I mean, we see what aftermarket prices go for on some of the characters, and it's tough for us to just do a reissue when we can upgrade the piece. So the 2.0 really is the ideal answer for us now.
Okay, so I got 2 right here, so we'll do the one in front, and then we'll go to the one behind them.
Thoughts or insight on the future of figure directions?
We don't talk about figure obscura. Chris will not allow us. We might be in trouble that we even said that name. No, I mean, I think you'd agree. Part of the wonder of figure obscura is the surprise of it, is not knowing when you're going to get it or what you're going to get. That whole, Friday kind of teaser, Saturday drop, and then all of the news cycles, the Saturday show immediately is like, we got some content for this week. Let's talk. I personally love that. So we're going to keep that kind of pretty close to the chest until it's time to reveal it.
Yeah. I mean, there's just an energy to figure obscura and even at the creative end, like now that we can talk about Red Death, like we weren't going to do a Halloween time figura for this year. Like there just wasn't an idea that was like inspiring or like really clicking. And then, I mean, it was a matter of weeks before that figure needed to be done. The idea came, it was so perfect. It just hit on every single level. And, and then, again, like for us, a lot of times it's like relief, just satisfaction, whatever, because, I love that story. I've always loved it. But it is, it is obscure. So for everybody to come out and embrace it and for it, to click with people, it's just really cool. But it is like, even on, like I said, on the creative end, there's that excitement and immediacy to it as well.
I heard the word earlier mentioned over there, and maybe I'm slow and I missed it when I walked in and out, but the word dragon popped up. Is there any thoughts on when that's going to be? Hear the dragon.
I think you heard it from over there. It might just be the distance. The question was, someone said he thought that he heard the word dragon mentioned earlier, but where he said he heard it and where he's sitting is far away. So it had to be something else that was said.
It might have been bear.
Might have been bear. We know everyone wants the dragon. It's become a running joke. It's still on the list of things we want to do. It's a very, very long list. Like we've always said, when it makes sense for us to do it, if we can find a way to put it out, we will be thrilled to do so. So the question was, do we ever plan to do 2 different versions of the same character? I mean, we kind of did it in this wave, right? With the Amer. So the Amer and Scapular are 2 distinct looks for that particular character. And even with the Noble Bear, the look that we get for Atlas and for Bjorn the Victorious, they're really that. But beyond that, to do like 2 versions like you did for Thygar, was that a unique thing, or you never know what the future?
There's one I have in mind that I've had in mind since the very first wave. I mean, it's definitely something that, again, at some point it'll make sense to do it. Kind of touched upon it a little bit with the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. We've now referred to the Artemis 1 as her coronation gear, and then the second version is actually more just like her battle gear type thing. But it's again, as the line goes more and more deeply into like the narrative, story driven focus, that sort of approach like starts to make so much more sense. Because really, like you said, like Amir and Scapular, although they're in the same pack, you know, we kind of did it all at once. And even with the 2 looks for Atlas, same thing. They really play to the story. They're so tied into it.
So we got a question here from Logan back home. He's asking, not sure if I missed this, but does the new scapular head have a plug to swap the mask versus the skull? Yes, that's a swappable.
Yes, and also the little, again, I don't know, like emblem ornamentation on the front of the helmet. We're also looking into making that a swappable piece as well. So just so that, you know, for future use, we may be able to use that head again, but with a different faceplate in it or something like that.
Yeah.
There's an easy one. Every year when you guys do these waves, you have the Four Horsemen, you know, the 2-pack, you know, the main character and the steed.
Good question.
You've got 2 great characters and steeds. Is there a possibility that we're going to see something like that? Or?
So we debate. The question was, do either of these come in 2-pack sets like we've done for the Dark 4? We talked about whether or not it made sense. Did it make sense to do Scapular? Did it make sense to do the iconic, you know, Atlas and Bodvar? We elected not to do the 2-packs this time. The reality is they're huge pieces. They're really, you know, hard to ship. They're big to ship. If they get damaged, you know, because a lot of people are buying them to keep them pristine. So if they get damaged, that becomes a headache. Having those 4, like doing the Dark 4 as the 4-packs, felt like a good spot to stop, because we always ask ourselves the question, how many SKUs is too much? Like, we're making them available. Does it make any sense to have them in a different, you know, retail format? So will it ever in the future? Again, we never know. But for right now, in this wave, they're available separately. No plans to do them as a 2-pack. Yeah.
For mounts, talking about mounts, I know you guys have experience with cats, right? Back in the days, Moto Classics, right? So I was wondering if there's any plans in the future, because some of the Red Star, they're kind of like Egyptian, Asian, Middle Eastern style. So is there any possibility of a tiger or something like that in the future?
I would say there's a strong. Oh, well, you want to repeat the question?
Yeah. So
I'm stepping out of line.
The question was essentially any chance to do a cat style mount, like a tiger, in the future for the line, like a full size mount, like we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty simple yes. It just, you know, if you look at what we've been able to do with the horse, having a cat-based mount is, you know, maybe the next as versatile thing as a horse. So it does make a lot of sense. You know, it'll just be, you know, right time, right place. You know, we had to get to the bear first, just from the story standpoint. But yeah, it's a great candidate.
We're going to go all the way to the back.
Kind of a follow-up with that question. With having some of these like bears, are you going to go down any kind of like Native American path where you can do like the bear turns into actual human and vice versa, kind of like a you know, spirit warrior animal kind of thing?
So the question was, are there any plans to touch on some of like Native American mythology where like the bear turns into, you know, a warrior and other totem type characters like that?
I mean, anything is on the table. And I mean, this wave is, you know, kind of a good example of where, you know, there's influences from outside of like the Eurocentric, like medieval fantasy that we've you know, kind of centered this stuff around. And again, very much you know, there's a plan involved with all of that. But yeah, I mean, anything that's cool and like a great piece of fantasy, like we like the idea of being able to pull from all of that as an influence and just, you know, enrich the line, you know, from different perspectives and just, you know, make it something even greater than it is.
Okay.
I said you get different body types. There's 1.0 female and there's 4 female. Are there other body types that you yourself do? You had the group scale recently.
No. So the question was, it's nice to see the different body sizes here in this wave. We did a new body scale with the Brute recently. Are there any plans for other types of sizes? And then someone across the room commented gnomes. We dropped a little comment of gnomes in the recent short story. So a lot of people, I think, were expecting to see gnomes today. But you've said before that you definitely want to get to different scales, including smaller ones.
Yes. So, I mean, yeah, the straightforward answer is yes. Yeah, we absolutely want to do that. You know, bigger, smaller, wider, longer, you know, just any, like the more visual diversity that we can get in the line, like to me, that's the hallmark of a great toy line. Just like looking back on the days of like, you know, not surprising that I would go to this as an example, but Masters of the Universe, you know, all of the figures were all most of the same scale. You know, you had mounts and castles and vehicles and creatures and, you know, eventually the giants and stuff like that. And then, you know, when you look at all of that as a whole, like, again, that they've created a world there. And that to me is when you're hitting some kind of success, when like you know, even if you're scratching the surface of that, because it is, you know, like it's real world, you know, it's even humans are all different sizes and shapes. And then you throw, you know, animals and insects and, you know, all that into the mix. And that's what makes the world interesting. So that's what, you know, we want to do the same thing here.
Okay. So that was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like we kind of had to like dance around a little bit to kill some time because we got through everything a little bit early. But I had a lot of fun doing that. Yeah. Did you guys all enjoy that Q&A? So we are getting close to the end of the show. Once again, this particular wave, Mythic Legions Rising Suns, goes on sale at storehorseman.com starting 3 p.m. today. That pre-order is going to run until January 14th. We do have a few things before we go. So we've got a friend coming in that apparently wants to provide us with a little, present us with a little gift. And then, of course, Gcon would not be Gcon without my future replacement as the director of marketing, Mr. Pete McCarthy, coming to replace me. But before we get to that, well, to end the show, I should say, before we do that, let's bring in this little surprise here. Walter, do you want to kind of talk about this a little bit?
This is for you.
Why don't we go?
Yeah, why don't
on the
Joe?
That would be better.
What's better?
Go back to okay, we'll go here. Just put it here. Y'all don't get to see it. So
you can go behind the awning too if you need to get on.
I know this.
Let's
go over there.
Let's do it over there because they can go back.
Okay, they can't see it on camera. That's
They can't see any of this on camera either.
Go unbox it right there, and then we'll set it and hand it. So just unbox it there and set it.
No.
This is for you. This is for the studio. This is for you. This is for all you guys to enjoy. This is my friend Paul Sutt from Fortune and Fire. All I can say is this is for the studio.
Cool. Look right there. Put it on camera right there so they can see it. Right there.
This is from the community and the fans, and this is for you.
You know,
This
Walter.
this is going to be on display at the studio, but this is here first time ever shown.
Yeah.
After being made.
Yeah, just put your hands out and just, it's not, and put your hand under there.
It's taken more than a year to do this and handmade. You
This is
guys
such a
will see
weird
more of
photo.
it. This is the Aerotheer blade, made
two
by
of us to hold
my friend here, Paul Sutton, and myself, for you guys at the studio, to just to give to you for thanks for everything you do. This is my tribute back to you.
Paul. This is about 10 pounds of steel right here, hand forged to make a very magical blade. And yes, to answer your question, it was quenched in orc blood. Any demon picks it up, it does burst into flames. So this particular blade, Paul and Jamie are from Trollhead Studios. They will be here at Legions Con all weekend. They're actually going to be in this room. This will be on display at their table this weekend. So if you want to come by and take a look at it, you can talk to them about the creation of this blade. And then, as Paul said, eventually this will live at Four Horsemen Studios.
No, that's yours. That's yours.
That is amazing.
That's some serious.
It is.
But Chris, I know you're watching. This is not for you to play with.
Yeah.
That is the official rule.
Yeah, this needs to go under lock and key.
Yes.
Guys, this is overwhelming. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. This, like I said, I
Yeah,
can't.
I don't know how I hand it.
Here, let Jim give it.
It's crazy, right?
Like I said, this is for you guys. This is a thank you. This is a tribute to the Horsemen. When we started this, the Aerotheer blade was, being made and released. The video game, everything, and it was just the coolest thing we'd ever seen. And when I met Paul and became friends with him, and I said, this is something that we need to do and make real life. And nobody knew about this. I've been trying to keep this secret from everybody for the longest damn time. And then to tell Jeremy about it, and Jeremy was a loss for words, which is pretty like saying like me being a loss for words. So like I said, this is for you guys. This is going to be shown at the studio forever. But this is going to be displayed here for its time here at Legions Con. You guys, please come by. Please come by and take photos with it. It's going to be at Paul's booth. He brought a lot of cool stuff, but this is for you guys.
Thank you guys.
I wanted to just say that you guys inspire us.
Yes.
As fans, we love how you guys are so into us. And, it's not all about money. It's about the awesomeness of creating and opening your mind to these things. My personal story real quick. So when I was born, I collected toys my whole life, as a lot of people do. As I got older, I fell away from it. I kept my collection, but I stopped collecting until I met Walter, and he opened me up to the Mythic Legions and told me about them, and I was so amazed by it, immediately hooked. Start collecting again. I'm back into it. And my life has never been better since I started doing it again, because collecting toys brings that inner child out that makes one very happy. And life is hard. Being able to hold on to that little inner child inside and have that same joy that you had as a child, as an adult, is one of the greatest things. Take my word for it. So being inspired by massive Conan fan, all the movies, the He-Man, everything. To me, meeting you guys and seeing how damn cool y'all were, I just couldn't wait to do this. And I also have 6 other blades that are going to be at the table that I made specifically for this show. 3 orc blades, 3 goblin blades. They are not like this. This is an absolute copy of the sword. These are swords that are inspired by Mythic Legions. So they're in that same kind of style, but they're not direct copies. But I'll have them at the table as well. So y'all come around, check it out. And it was absolutely an honor to do this for you guys.
Thank you.
I can't cry anymore on video.
All right, so it's going to be tough to follow that up, but we're going to close this out. Can I get the team from Four Horsemen Studios to come join us at the table? And also, of course, Pete McCarthy. Pete.
You know, I love that I get to follow the handmade custom here. But I will tell you, the Treadaway boys and I, that's how we're taking care of that chocolate bar this year.
Pete.
Yo, hey. What?
Go around back.
Oh, go around back. Copy that. I'm holding in my hand somebody's cellular device. Steven, while a great friend and amazing customizer, is a huge idiot. He picked it up, and it's not his. He's been walking around with it in his pocket, and it's not his phone. It's got a really awesome custom on the thing. So if you guys don't have your phone, come see me, and I'll give you your phone back. So, yeah. You're so dumb, Steve. I'm sorry.
Literally fill my seat.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So you
Okay.
can fill my seat.
So, like every great tradition ever created, fireworks at 4th of July, turkey at Thanksgiving, avoiding your in-laws at Christmas. Me closing this show is one of those hefty traditions. To be able to do it in front of a crowd this size is absolutely amazing. Walter today has cried, Michael cried, Brad cried, Kent, Pete himself. I'm going to try to get through this with no bodily fluid leakage, but I make no promises. We got to ask the question. It's been asked a couple times today. All right. After seeing all the figures, where are my Sons of the Red Star at? Huh? Yeah. All right. Now, where are all my people that are wrong? We asked the question, and it's always going to be a fun debate back and forth. This is my favorite faction, my favorite figure. At the end of the day, we saw these figures on the TV. We saw them on the table here. Did any of us lose today? No. Absolutely not, because that's what the Horsemen do. The Horsemen bring this every single time, and these waves are built. I mean, look at the fan service in this wave that dropped today. Okay, you guys wanted a bear, they made you a bear. I'm sorry it looks like Steven. That's not their fault. Okay? It's actually Steven's parrot's fault, but we'll get into that some other time. You know, when you look at the way they name these characters, they gave us a new race. That's my favorite figure of the wave, whether you guys care or not. Okay, a brand new race, Yoko Ono's. You know how dangerous it is. They killed the Beatles, right? We're all sitting in this room today because of these action figures. A unicorn, a minotaur, it's absolutely amazing. And to be able to sit here with everybody and watch these figures come out and watch and hear your reactions, and then watch the people up here, the way they react to your reactions. They're just toys. In the grand scheme of things, they're just toys. But look at what these toys do for everybody in this room. We talked about the Swedes. They opened up the show. They flew to New Jersey, only to leave New Jersey, to come to Michigan and drive back across the country to here, just because we've been able to make friends with them. The Euro Legions guys, okay? They're from places that I don't remember because I'm not very good. I'm just kidding. You got an Irish person who now lives in Luxembourg. You got a guy from London. You got a guy from Wales. I don't know which one is which, but it is what it is. This is such a cool thing to be a part of. And my phone started to blow up about 2 weeks ago when you start to see that excitement build. And people are talking about, hey, can't wait for the show, can't wait for the show. A lot of people can't wait for what we're doing tomorrow night. For those of you that don't know, I'm sorry that you don't know because you're missing out. Or if you've seen our show, maybe I'm sorry because you've seen our show. But I'm part of the Always Gonna Kill Me podcast. And we did a little thing for our kind of our inner circle and our Patreon people. Jeremy and Joe were nice enough to get us a suite here at the hotel to do a live show, a live broadcast. We're doing a game show. We're pitting the Legion's Lair versus the Legion's Lounge versus Euro Legions in an absolute Legions-based Jeopardy to the death. What is entertainment, Peter? You're exactly right. It's what it's going to be. We've got a special opening for the show. We're going to do a special segment of our normal show, which we basically call Toy News. And of course, this is what we're going to talk about because this is the only news that matters in the toy world right now, especially this weekend. And then we're going to do some fun parody songs to close out the show with the amazing guitar work of Jeremy DeWitt. So we never would have an opportunity to do that without what has been done here. I remember sitting down in the cafeteria of New Jersey Toy Con for like a 4-hour block on a Sunday, and that was Legions Con. And then it became its own thing, and then Gcon got wrapped in. And I remember rolling up last year and getting invited to go to the studio. And nothing made me happier than walking through the hotel lobby, and everybody wanted to talk to me. And I was like, sorry, I just got called to the studio. I'll be back. And I just walked out of there absolutely conceited, which I do well. But all jokes aside, this is an amazing day. And again, it's day 1 of 3. It's day 2 of 4 for the intern people. But we've got to be honest. There was a pretty decent sized hole in this show. So send those positive vibes. Cornboy, I'm not feeling well. Keep them in your thoughts, you guys. Like I said, it was as much fun as it was today. It was palpable that he wasn't here. And like I said, he's such a big part of all of our lives, the same way all of these staff members are. Diego, that costume was amazing. But I think we all owe Diego an apology. He asked, hey guys, should I wear this costume tonight? And every single one of you chose your own selfish wanting to see the costume over Diego's comfort of having to be in that thing all night and sweating. All right. So Diego, we apologize. You look great, but you know what? You wear street clothes and you just have fun with us tonight, buddy. All right. With that being said, again, I'm absolutely honored to have been a part of this. Congratulations to all the tribute figure people. I know what that feels like. You'll never know what it was like to be one of the earlier ones because I beat you by like 4 or 5 tribute figures. But it's the way the Horsemen choose to do things and choose to recognize people that have impact, good or bad, on their community. It's like nothing else that we do. And I said good or bad on purpose because I'm sorry. Elliot is staring me down right now, and I'm so afraid I'm going to slip up. He's got me so nervous. I'm kidding, of course, Elliot. But no, with everything that we got to do today, this is really just the start. And we look forward to another great weekend. The vending is going to be amazing. It was great last year. Now just imagine that twice as big, which means twice as good. That's what my wife says about me. I'm twice as big as the average guy. I'm twice as good. Expensive to feed, but so make sure you guys get around, see what everything has to offer. The last thing that I want to mention, just to brag about how cool I am. So David Williams, who you saw on camera earlier, not only is an amazing customizer, but he's also an amazing tattoo artist. So tomorrow night during the live show, he's going to go ahead and tattoo the Furious 4 logo on me while we're recording live. So that should prove to be pretty interesting to see how that goes. I had it down. It was down between 2 things, and him and I talked. It was either our Furious 4 head logo or Jim's face, and we went with just for time, for simplicity. So other than that, thank you so much to each and every one of you that made this day possible. The fact that you guys bumped up the room and you made everybody able to be in here and attend this. We've got to sit in a group, and that group's gotten bigger each year as we've done this. This is the biggest group. Jeremy bragged about it earlier, and it's not bragging if you can do it, and the Horsemen can do it. They proved that today. So again, let's throw it up for all of these guys and gals.
CB would say, thank you guys, because we wouldn't be here without you guys. So give yourselves a round of applause, guys. Thank you.
There is one reveal that even Jeremy Gerard hasn't seen yet. And so real quick before we close, Jeremy sent me a message last year, and it was a super heartfelt message. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because it got real gushy. But it basically was, thank you so much for what a great job you did. Thank you for not taking my job. My wife appreciates that. But I have one more reveal. George, can we reveal the last thing that we want to show the crowd today? And this was a special gift from Jeremy to me to help out with the announcements.
George.
Oh, George. Okay, well, never mind. So Jeremy, so I get to help out with the announcements at Legions Con every year, and because it got so big, Jeremy got me a bullhorn. That may prove to be the stupidest thing we see all weekend. So
It's on the truck. It's on the truck.
that's okay. That's all right. Thank you again, you guys, for coming. Stay right here all weekend because this is where everybody's going to be. Have a great time and enjoy yourselves.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.